All right. Good evening, everybody. We're going to go ahead and get started with Tech Thursdays. This is going to be episode 112. We're kind of back in the full swing of things. The Nintendo Switch 2 launched today. So this is the Switch 2 launch day stream. We're going to be talking about the Switch 2 primarily. We're also going to talk about PlayStation's State of Play, as well as the RX 9060 XT and the reviews for that graphics card, because that graphics card also launched this week. So 3 primary things, but I think most of this stream will be gaming focused, and we may talk about some other stuff for the channel coming up later this summer. But let's go ahead and get into it. So how's everybody doing? Hey MTT, you got a 9060 XT Reaper for your cousin. Oh, that's very nice. That's a very nice gift for your cousin. So it's an expensive gift. And the Switch 2 for yourself. Nice. 2 things that we're going to talk about. 2 of the things that are the main topic of this evening. Hey Mark. Hey Sky. Or the Tech Dad. Not sure how to refer to you. Yeah, I'm doing better. I'm almost back to full capacity, I guess. Hey Silent. So, as I said, today was a Switch 2. So, for those of you that don't know, after yesterday evening, we looked at Neo 3. The alpha demo for Neo 3 is available until June 18th, for those of you that are curious, if you like action games that are very challenging, games that are even more challenging than games like Elden Ring, for example. Neo 3 is definitely worth looking into while the demo is available. It is a limited time demo, so I want to stress that point. It will be available for download, and I think after the 18th, they will kind of shut it down, so you won't be able to play it after that. And the game itself is coming out next year, so we're basically getting to play it almost an entire year in advance, because they said early 2026. It was announced yesterday on the State of Play, and Team Ninja has been on a roll this year, because earlier this year, I think it was the previous State of Play, they showed the trailer reveal for Ninja Gaiden 4, and announced that it would be out later, sometime this year. So I'm guessing probably in Q4 or maybe late Q3. So I'm thinking like September or later, if it comes out this year, assuming it's on track. But what was even more surprising, although that was Ninja Gaiden 4 is pretty surprising considering that franchise has been long missing in action. They announced, or they everyone was using the phrase shadow dropped. They shadow dropped a Unreal Engine 5 remaster of Ninja Gaiden 2, calling it Ninja Gaiden 2 Black. So they shadow dropped that. So similar, yesterday during State of Play, they announced Neo 3, which no one was expecting, and then they shadow dropped the Neo 3 alpha demo. So they're on a roll, and I guess earlier this year, back in March, they did release Rise of the Ronin for PC. This came out a year ago for the PlayStation 5, so now it's available for PC. And they also, I guess, this isn't Team Ninja, but Koei Tecmo in general, so Omega Force, they're like the sister or the cousin developer of Team Ninja. They're the one. They also released Dynasty Warriors Origins back in January. So that studio has been cranking out a lot of games. I think they're also the publisher. I think Gust is the developer, and Koei Tecmo is the publisher for the RPG series Atelier. The Atelier, the latest game, Yumiya, also was launched. We didn't get a chance to cover that game. I think I briefly showed it when trying to test something, one of the GPUs. I can't remember anymore which one it was. But that was back in, I think, late March or early April. But yeah, so those are kind of the things that I'm looking forward to later this year and next year from Team Ninja. Now, speaking of other major gaming things, obviously behind me on the screen here, you guys can see the Nintendo Switch 2. So last night, after the Neo 3 demo stream that I did, I immediately went to my local Best Buy to stand in line for the launch event of the Nintendo Switch 2. So it took me almost 2 hours. I think I was in line for like an hour and 45 minutes. Almost 2 hours in line. I got there like 5 minutes before they opened the door to let people in to start purchasing or picking up their pre-orders. And if you went to the Best Buy, or if you went to a Best Buy, last night you would have seen they had two lines. So you either had if you pre-ordered a console, you would get in the pre-order pickup line. And if you did not and you were trying to buy one right there at the launch, which they did have a lot of inventory, and there were a lot of people that were able to get one without even pre-ordering, you would get in another line. So they had two lines. They had the pre-orders, and then they had like the people that were just buying the console straight up. So I was in that line, and the cool thing about it, I showed this if you guys saw the unboxing video. So I got this because I pre-ordered, according to the store clerk at the register, because I was pre-ordering, I got this really rare, it's a really heavy, thick Nintendo Switch 2 coin. It's a coin, it's like a silver, I think it's like a silver or platinum coin. And then on the back it says Best Buy 2025. Now I don't know what this is for. It's a cool little trinket. It's kind of, I was not expecting it, so I got that. So that's kind of like this is kind of like a remembrance that, hey, I was there. I witnessed, I experienced the launch of the Nintendo Switch 2. Now, I have never been to an in-person console launch, or even like, yeah, I've never been to one. And I'm someone who has, don't think I have a lot of consoles. I do have a number of consoles, but not a whole bunch of consoles. And I don't have that many Nintendo consoles. So I don't really consider myself a Nintendo fan long-term at all. But the Nintendo Switch 2 will now go down in my memory as one of, if not the only console, that I actually went to a physical midnight launch event, which was pretty interesting. It was, I mean, to be honest, it was kind of boring because you literally stood in line outside the store for almost 2 hours. And the thing that kind of annoyed me was Best Buy was letting so few people into the store to pick up their pre-orders or do their purchases. So I think they were letting in like 3 to 5 people in at a time, and there was probably like 400, almost 500 people outside the store, wrapped around the side of the building, all the way down the shopping center strip. It was insane, but it was a pretty interesting experience. I don't really go to a lot of those things. Obviously, that was the only console launch that I've ever been to. The other console launch that I participated in, although I did an online purchase, was the PlayStation 5 back in 2020 in the midst of the pandemic. So other than the PlayStation 5 and the Nintendo Switch 2, I have never actually participated in a console launch like at the actual midnight launch or the very first day that you can get one. So it was an interesting experience. I kind of recommend it if it's one of those things, you know, like it's not, I won't say it's a defining moment in someone's lifetime. It's not like, you know, your first child, or you're getting married for the first time, or you're graduating from high school or university. It's not that extreme, but it's still something that you'll remember. It's like, you know, I was here, I was there, I experienced this. It's that sort of experience. So I recommend it for people who have never done anything like that. In the future, if there's a new PlayStation launch, or Xbox launch, or Nintendo launch, whatever, or even a GPU launch. You know, like the GPU launches are actually way more lame, if I'm being honest, compared to the console launches. Because the console launches, everyone that's there is pretty much very enthusiastic. They're very positive about being there. Whereas when I went to, for example, I went to the 9070 XT launch at Micro Center earlier this year. That's how I managed to get my 9070 XT at the retail price back in March. And what I'll say about that experience was that was kind of more of like everyone was kind of just there, and they were just kind of all stern and quiet, and just like you didn't know who was there to be a scalper. You know, I was pretty sure there was a bunch of people that were actually there as scalpers, or they were being paid by someone else to snag a GPU. So it's not the same sort of vibe. Like when you go to a console launch, it's definitely different. You have people wearing like their Pikachu hats, and it's like you got Nintendo people with their backpacks with all this Nintendo stuff all over them. Like it's definitely a different vibe. It's a more positive environment. Everyone was very polite, I guess. Like no one was misbehaving. It was mostly straightforward, smooth operation, the whole experience. Whereas when I went to the GPU launch, it was kind of like, oh, there's a ton of people out here, and it's like, when are we gonna get the GPU? When can I go home? You know, it's not the same kind of vibe. So definitely, if you can experience a console launch in your lifetime, definitely try to do it. I feel like at some point in history, we will no longer have traditional consoles like the Nintendo Switch, like the PlayStation and the Xbox. So it's one of those kind of rare things that you get to participate in every now and then. So highly recommend it. So I actually enjoyed that a lot more than the GPU launch event that I went to earlier this year. So anyway, that being said, let's look at the... here, I've got this camera set up. So we will look at the Switch 2. For those of you that did not see the unboxing video, we'll do kind of like a quick side-by-side comparison. So this right here... Let me move the microphone a little bit. So this right here is the original official Nintendo Switch carrying case. So it's almost got like it's a denim like material, so it's like blue jeans. So this is the one that I used when I was living in Japan. I took my Switch with me. The Switch was the only console that I took with me. I didn't have any other console with me when I was over there. But this is it, guys. This is the my original launch Nintendo Switch from 2017. So it still works perfectly fine. I never had any issues with overheating or the screen issues that kind of plague some of the launch models, if you guys are aware of that. But yeah, this is my launch model. So a couple things about it. So it did come with, now I did get the gray controllers, but similar to what was shown in the Switch 2, the original Switch included this nice nifty little controller. I forget what they call this thing. It's like the Joy-Con. It's not the Joy-Con grip. Is it the Joy-Con grip? Maybe it's the Joy-Con grip. But this is the original Switch accessory that came in the box. There's the original Switch. So the Switch 2, this is the official Nintendo Switch 2 carrying case. So it's not a denim material. I actually like the original Switch case a little bit more. I'm not saying that they can't make a denim-based one, but the denim seems very durable. This material is a soft touch. You can see it's like a fine grain, almost like a, I don't know, like a fake leather. It's like pleather feeling. So I don't know how durable it will be in terms of how long it'll last. They do have the straps here, and then you can just pull it open like this, revealing inside. So inside it does have some storage compartment, and then it does have some rows here for your game cartridges. I have one game cartridge right there just to show as an example. And then this is it. This is the Switch 2. I will say this is probably the nicest feeling handheld console I have ever held. Like, it's got, like I said in the unboxing video, it has a very nice soft touch plastic material, and then it's got very thick rubber on the analog sticks. But if you've ever used a ThinkPad laptop, a Lenovo ThinkPad laptop, which are the only laptops that I actually use, that is a business class laptop, this material is basically the same sort of material on the Lenovo ThinkPads. So feels nicer than the PSP. Oh yes, definitely nicer than the PSP. So it has the right sort of weight. It's got a good amount of weight to it. It's not super light and flimsy. It's not too thin where you feel like there's nothing to hold your hands on it. So it's pretty substantial. Although it is not annoyingly chunky or chonky like the Steam Deck. The Steam Deck is really, really bulky, by comparison, whereas this is actually a lot more sleek, but still feels very sturdy. The other thing about it is on the bottom, it has these intake vents down here. There's 2 of them, and it has a USB-C, and it looks like there is some sort of, there's these 2 holes here for probably connecting some kind of add-on. Maybe there'll be some accessories that they can plug in for like a keyboard layout or something down here to turn it into like a flip phone sort of tablet or whatever. So that could be an interesting thing in the future. So it does have the kickstand that goes all the way around versus the original, which was only like a cheap plastic thing. So one thing that I noticed is the handheld, the tablet part of the console itself comes with a pre-installed screen protector. So there already was a screen protector pre-installed. And Nintendo recommends that you do not remove the pre-installed screen protector. But because I got the official carrying case, the carrying case comes with a much thicker, like more durable screen protector than the really thin one that's on there. So I basically put the screen protector over the default screen protector. So I have like double screen protector on mine. So I put that on like immediately after the unboxing video. So you can see it does have a bit of fingerprints on there. It is glossy. The exhaust, just like on the original Switch, the exhaust is at the top here. The intakes are on the bottom. There's dual intake. Then you have your exhaust at the top. But one thing that they did add is they did add a second USB-C. The original Switch only had the one USB-C at the bottom for the dock and for the charger. Now they have another USB-C on the top. So if you were to, let's say you were using it at your desk, you wanted to charge it, but you're still using it in handheld mode, you can plug the charger up top instead of down here. So you have the option now, which I think is a very good addition compared to the original model. So that's basically it though. It is a really nice handheld. We will be looking at some games. I tested a little bit of Mario Kart World, which is a very fun game. It has like 24 players on screen at the same time, and it doesn't dip at all in terms of the FPS. And it's full 60 FPS with 24 players in multiplayer, which is pretty interesting considering the hardware. The other thing I tested was the Switch 2 edition of Breath of the Wild. And yeah, it basically looks it looks a lot better than the original Switch, and it runs at 60 frames per second now. So that is a massive improvement over the original Switch model. So if you like a lot of the first-party Nintendo games, the first-party Nintendo games got a lot of the attention to detail for a better experience with the newer hardware. Whereas I feel like a lot of the third-party games, now I know Nintendo is the publisher for Monolith Software's games, which would basically mean the Xenoblade Chronicles series. I'm really hoping that they will update all of the Xenoblade games to support the better hardware, because Xenoblade Chronicles X and Xenoblade Chronicles 1, 2, and 3, all of them, unfortunately, none of them benefit from, as far as I could tell, none of them benefit from the Switch 2. So currently, if you were to play those games on the Switch 2, they would look and run exactly the same. Well, maybe they run a little bit better, but they look the same as they do on the original Switch, which is very disappointing. So I'm hoping, because Xenoblade is owned by Nintendo, it's kind of like Monolith made Xenoblade for Nintendo, the way From Software made Bloodborne and Demon's Souls for Sony. It's that kind of relationship. So hopefully Nintendo is incentivized to make Monolith Software, update those RPGs, because those are some very good RPGs that are exclusive to the Switch and now the Switch 2. So I really hope that those get updates, because, man, I really want to be able to play. I want to be able to go back and finish Xenoblade Chronicles 2 and 3 with much better looking visuals in the handheld mode and the docked mode. So, what is the storage capacity? So built in, it has 256 gigabytes of built-in storage, and you can upgrade the storage. We're going to talk about the memory, the external memory flash that you can add to it is Micro SD Express. And Micro SD Express is not the same as Micro SD. And this is something that I wanted to talk about because this is something that no other YouTube channel has talked about. But because we are kind of a tech enthusiast channel, I think we should talk about this. So, the supported memory type or external flash that you can add for expandable storage is Micro SD Express, not SD Express, Micro SD Express. So it has to be the Micro SD equivalent of this. You want to look for the EX on the Micro SD card. So if you're shopping around for a Micro SD card for the Switch 2, make sure it must be a Micro SD Express or Micro SD EX. So the reason why this is required is because the Nintendo Switch 2 uses PCIe NVMe technology similar to the PlayStation 5 and Microsoft's Xbox Series X. So you cannot use a regular micro SD card, even if it is the fastest micro SD card available. Like if it's like a V30 video, good for like 4K, 120 FPS cameras, you know, like even that type of micro SD card will not be good enough for the Nintendo Switch. It'll be too slow. The SD Express uses NVMe. So think of it like it is similar to your typical M.2 SSDs. The Switch 2, yes, the Switch 2 is finally, Nintendo is finally in the modern era using NVMe style storage. So these SD cards, these micro SD cards and SD cards are up to 1 gigabyte per second. 1 gigabyte per second. So what you can expect to see is the Switch 2 has significantly better loading times compared to the Switch 1. And I've already tested Breath of the Wild on the original Switch and now the Switch 2. And oh yes, the Switch 2 it's like a night and day difference in terms of how fast the Switch 2 loads. And I have not yet tested the Micro SD Express. I'm waiting for my 1 terabyte Micro SD Express, which is currently the largest capacity you can get. The maximum that the Switch 2 supports today is a 2 terabyte, but there are currently no 2 terabyte Micro SD Express on the market. The biggest you can get is a 1 terabyte. Now, I pre-ordered my 1 terabyte months ago from GameStop, so expect to see, once that comes in, expect to see an unboxing video on the channel talking about Micro SD Express and how it's different from Micro SD and why the Switch 2 requires it and the benefits that it offers. But because it is so new, it is one of those things where it is going to be kind of, it's very expensive actually. But you can see here, Micro SD Express is in a completely different class of its own in terms of the speed that it's capable of, because even the highest end like V60, V90 video class micro SD, those things are only able to get up to like 90 megabytes per second. But Micro SD Express can do up to 1 gigabyte per second on peak transfer. So significantly faster. Yeah, so definitely I'm looking forward to testing this out. I have held back on getting a whole bunch of Switch 2 games because the 256 gigabytes of built-in storage will be overwhelmed if I start like downloading a bunch of Switch 2 games. So I have to wait for my 1 terabyte Micro SD Express to come in. You're happy that this is unlike a paper launch like PC Gear? Yeah, there's a lot of inventory. It's pretty easy to get a Switch 2 if you went to a Best Buy or if you tried to get one from your local retailers. I mean, like in the US, Target was pretty easy to get one from. Costco was another option. Walmart had a whole bunch. So it was very easy. It was very, very easy to get a Switch 2. Like if you really wanted a Switch 2, you could easily get one. Fully baked in whole product out the gate is not upgrade. I'm not sure what you're talking about. You went Walmart at 4:30 p.m. and got Mario Kart bundle. Yeah, so yeah. Oh wow, you went in at 4:30. You just went in. You just went in and you got one. It was that easy. That late in the afternoon and you managed to get one. Wow, that shows that they really had stock. They really had stock. Man. I am waiting for GameStop to ship my memory express card thing. Wait, you went into GameStop and they just straight up had the 512 Express in the store? Oh, 160 million Switch 1? And they will sell as handheld for 100 million units, but they will end up... What do you mean, integrated into... You mean the Switch? Oh, well, so Nintendo is manufacturing TVs? What? I don't understand that.
Hope they release patch for Xenoblade X soon, so I can compare performance on my Switch 2 with emulating on the 5090. Currently I am running it at 6x resolution.
Yeah, well, I just want to be able to play Xenoblade Chronicles X in handheld mode with the better visuals on that 1080p screen. Yeah. So I think this is a pretty successful launch though. For Nintendo, I think this is probably the smoothest console launch in a very long time. Like, it was pretty easy to get one. You know, like the fact that if you wanted one, you could easily get one. It was not a paper launch. It was not like trying to buy a GPU in 2025. And it was not like trying to buy a PlayStation 5 or an Xbox Series X in the midst of the pandemic when those consoles launched. So it's definitely nothing. The experience has been completely positive in my mind. Other than having to wait outside for like almost 2 hours, it was mostly a good experience. Mango 256, thanks for the sub. You think the GameStop brand Express cards? Yeah, they're good. They're good. They're basically OEMing through SanDisk or Samsung. It's probably SanDisk though. So yeah, they're good. Best Buy 30 Minutes had in Manchester, New Hampshire had units as well as at 2 p.m. Yeah, man, they must have had like millions of these things just stocked up. Cuz remember, there was rumors that the Switch 2 was going to launch last year and it never did. So, they probably had like paper launch inventory as far back as like October, November, and they were just stockpiling them the whole time. And you know, for the US, there was all the stuff about the tariffs, which keep getting pushed out again and again and again. So who knows what's going to happen there. But there was all that kind of thing that was scaring Nintendo for a while. So I don't know how much that affected the launch timing and the window and when they wanted to actually go to market with these things. But yeah, so far, I think it's been a really smooth launch. My one thing, though, I guess the one criticism is I feel like the launch lineup of games could be better. Like, let's see if is the launch. Hold up. Let's see. Let me see. Switch to launch titles. Let's just look at the whole list. So, Switch 2 launch games, everything you can play on day one. So, obviously, Mario Kart World. Mario Kart World is like the one, like, that's like the premier game to get and play on launch day. The fact that Mario Kart World was also bundled with a whole, you could buy a bundle. So, for like $500 instead of $450, for $50 more, you get Mario Kart World in the box. So that's what I ended up doing. I ended up getting the Mario Kart World bundle myself. So that was the one that I did the unboxing on. So Mario Kart World, that is probably the like number one best game for the launch day. That's the major launch title. And then there was the Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour. Everyone's calling this the paid tutorial. Dude, this is okay. My biggest criticism for the Nintendo Switch 2 launch, the Nintendo Switch 2 launch would have been a near perfect launch if the Welcome Tour was free and included with the console. Like if the code to download Welcome Tour was in the box. Just like the Mario Kart World game. Like the paid tutorial, like this is silly. It's just silly because I think about the PlayStation 5. The PlayStation 5 gave you Astro's Playroom for free. You got Astro's Play. It doesn't matter if you bought a digital PS5 or a disc PS5 or a PS5 Slim or a PS5 Pro. You got Astro's Playroom for free. You got a decent tutorial game that showed you everything you needed to learn about the console in a game format for free. Meanwhile, Nintendo gives you the Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour as a launch title, but you got to pay $10. $10 to learn about all the features of the console. So that to me doesn't make any sense. This, I feel like if this was $5, people wouldn't complain as much about it. But even if it was $5, I think some people would still complain about it. And it just should have been free. Like, it should have been included with the console. It should have either been pre-installed, like Astro's Playroom was on the PS5, or it should have been, there should have been a code for it in the box with the console. Like, this is kind of like, what? I don't know. Like, if Iwata was still alive, this would probably have been free. So that just kind of shows you, or maybe if Reggie was still at Nintendo, this may have been free. Who knows? If the holy trinity of Nintendo, meaning Iwata, Miyamoto, and Reggie, if all three of them were still there, because really now it's just Miyamoto and whoever else is running the company now, you know what I'm saying? Like, if the two OGs were still there, I'm pretty sure Welcome Tour would have been free. Reggie would have fought to make it free. Iwata would have agreed because Iwata was a guy who wanted people to see what the machine can do. See it firsthand. Make them experience it. And how do you do that? Give them the Welcome Tour for free. So they can learn about all the features. Because there's some pretty interesting stuff in there. So we'll probably do a live stream of Welcome Tour this weekend. So instead of Neo 3 and Elden Ring, because it's like, okay, if we're not going to stream Welcome Tour, we're going to be streaming more Neo 3. And if we're not going to be streaming Neo 3, we're going to be streaming more Elden Ring Night Rain. And if we're not going to be streaming Night Rain, we're going to be streaming more Monster Hunter Wilds. It's like, that's what this channel's all about. So it's like, take your pick. You either get to see Welcome Tour, paid tutorial, or more Night Rain, or Neo 3 demo, or more Monster Hunter Wilds. And I'm pretty sure people don't want to see more Monster Hunter Wilds. At least not for the next couple of weeks. So the other titles were The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, Switch 2 edition. So this one I have been playing through this. And yeah, guys, this, like, it is great. Experiencing 60 FPS Breath of the Wild in handheld mode and docked mode with the much better visual quality is significantly worth, like, upgrading if you're someone who is a big Switch user and you're thinking of getting a Switch 2 and you're still kind of on the fence. Being able to go and, like, play Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom with much better visuals and having the ability to be portable is that right there is like a system seller for a lot of people, for a lot of Nintendo fans.
I still remember when I bought my base PS5 on launch date, I got a bunch of games for free. Nintendo is such a miser company.
Yeah, and that's putting it nicely. But Nintendo, man, Nintendo, the main thing that I kind of criticized Nintendo back when Iwata was around was that they kind of went after like anyone. They would just try to like copyright strike everyone, you know, back in the day. Then they kind of like backed off on that because they knew that it was kind of negatively impacting their image, their brand image compared to their competitors. And then, you know, Iwata unfortunately passed away and new management took over to carry on the torch. They brought the Switch to market. A couple of years later, they start doing this thing where it's like now, you get the impression that they're kind of like a miser because they're sort of nickel and diming. Like if you compare the games on the Switch, like third-party games on the Switch versus the same exact games on the PlayStation 5 and the Xbox and even Steam, what I have seen is the Switch has the least amount of sales. So like I'll see Steam sales for lots of games, even a lot of popular games all the time. And Sony does the same thing. In fact, Sony, if you have the PlayStation Essentials, you get 3 free games every single month. So you keep cycling. So as long as you have the subscription, you can accumulate this massive PlayStation library of like tons of games. Like I have had PlayStation Essentials for years now. And I have like this huge library of PlayStation. In fact, my PlayStation library is so big. But the problem is, like, I haven't played, like, any of those free games, or very, very few of them. So, like, I have a whole bunch of games in my catalog for PlayStation that I've never played, but it's just because Sony just keeps giving me, like, 3 games for free every single month. So, Nintendo, to my knowledge, doesn't have any equivalent program. So, but I guess, like, Nintendo doesn't have like the subscription cost. I mean, they do have a subscription model, and it doesn't really, I don't know, like I feel like the value proposition for Nintendo is questionable right now, or it's definitely lacking compared to their competition, compared to Microsoft. Like Game Pass is insanely good. Like there's no denying, there's no arguing that. Game Pass is very good value. Like Microsoft has really made their initiatives with Game Pass very, very compelling. And then Sony with their 3 free games every month for the base Essentials PlayStation Network subscription, like that is also pretty good. You know, like if you're someone who's in that ecosystem, that's very good value. But Nintendo, it's like what? It's like $20. I think it's like 18 or it's like $20 a year or something like that for the ability to play in multiplayer games. So it's like, okay, $20 a year is not a lot of money. So I'll give them that. I think it's like $18 a year or something. It's not a lot of money for a whole year. Like this is not a month. This is a year. So like $18 a year, but that's for like multiplayer. So it's like you're not really. You see what I'm saying? Like the value. It's like they need to up their game in terms of like what they're doing. I need to see more rolling limited sales, like we do with Steam and PlayStation. They do have sales. Like I was looking at the Nintendo eShop earlier today, and you know, like Devil May Cry was like 50% off, and I saw like the Ninja Gaiden Master Collection was like $20 or something for like all 3 games. So, and that's like until the end of the month. So they do have sales similar to Steam, but they just don't have. It doesn't seem like they have that many by comparison. So I don't know. But that's something that they need to do to compete better, I guess. So the Zelda games are very good. Arcade Archives 2 Ridge Racer. This is like a redo. It's like a remake, but not like a modern remake of like an older Ridge Racer game. Bravely Default Flying Fairy HD Remaster. This one is legit, like for Switch 2. So this one I might end up getting. I'm waiting for my GameStop memory micro SD express card to come in before I start putting a whole bunch of Switch 2 games on the machine. So Bravely Default might be one of the ones that we take a look at. Civilization 7, I'm going to skip that one, but I guess that is a launch title technically. That's a third-party one. Cyberpunk 2077 Ultimate Edition. This is a launch title for the Switch 2, which is a very interesting launch title. The fact that they're able to get it running on the Switch 2 is a pretty technical feat, if we're being honest. Deltarune Chapters 1, 2, 3, and 4. This I think is made by the same people that made Undertale, if I'm not mistaken. So this is a really good indie game. Fantasy Life, The Girl Who Steals Time, Switch 2 Edition. I don't know anything about this. That title sounds really interesting, but I don't know anything about this game. But apparently that's the Switch 2 Edition, which means it is a Switch game that was updated to support the better hardware, or take advantage of the better hardware, similar to these two Zelda games. Fast Fusion, this is like a sci-fi racing game. So high speed. It makes me think of that one game on PlayStation 3, Wipeout HD Pulse. Those games from back in the day on the PlayStation 3 era. So Fast Fusion is similar to that. Fortnite has also been updated for the Switch 2. Hitman World of Assassination Signature Edition. I guess this is also a Switch 2 game. Hogwarts Legacy has been updated for the Switch 2. That is actually very nice. Hogwarts Legacy, similar to Cyberpunk 2077, I cannot believe that this runs on... So, Cyberpunk does not run on the original Switch. It only runs... It's a launch title for the Switch 2. Hogwarts Legacy was first available on the original Switch, and now they're updating it for the Switch 2. So that is very nice. That is a very good game. That was one of the best games from 2023. Kunitsugami, Path of the Goddess. I believe... Wasn't this on the Switch, the original one? So I guess it got updated as well?
I picked up Kunitsugami, Path of the Goddess. Hoping to test it later tonight. Underrated game in my opinion.
Okay, yeah, that is good to know, because I was looking at that game too, and it looked like a really interesting game. So that is one that I may look at some point once I have more storage capacity on the Switch 2. No Man's Sky Switch 2 Edition. So this is another one that got updated. Nobunaga's Ambition Awakening Complete Edition. I guess that's another Switch 2 launch title. I assume if they're on here, they're like legit Switch 2 update from Switch 1, or they are straight up like Switch 2 exclusive and they don't run on the Switch 1. So, like, for example, Mario Kart World does not work on the original Switch. At least, to my knowledge, it doesn't. Cyberpunk 2077 also does not run on the original Switch. You have to have a Switch 2. So, there are some games here. The paid tutorial is also a Switch 2 exclusive. Fast Fusion is a Switch 2 exclusive. But Fortnite is not. So, I don't know. I guess they should have said in parentheses Switch 2 Edition here. Sonic X Shadow Generations, that's a Sega game, so that's another good one. Rune Factory, Guardians of Azuma, that's another pretty good one. Puyo Puyo, Tetris 2S, Street Fighter 6 Standard Edition, Street Fighter 6 Year 1 and 2 Fighters Edition, Suikoden 1 and 2 HD Remaster, Survival Kids Yakuza 0 Direct Cut. And then, in addition to all of this, there are some free update patch notes for these games. Or wait, no. Yeah, these games. So I don't know. Okay. I guess these games are also updated. And their games which would be... Oh, yeah. And then the last thing, I wanted to talk about this. So if you do have the Nintendo Switch Online NSO Plus expansion pack, you also get access to the GameCube Classics. Now, at launch, there are only 3. There's the Wind Waker, Soul Calibur 2, and F-Zero GX. So you get the Captain Falcon game from the GameCube, Soul Calibur 2 on the GameCube, which was arguably my favorite version of Soul Calibur 2, because if you guys remember, Soul Calibur 2 had exclusive characters depending on the console. If you had a PlayStation 2, you got Heihachi Mishima from the Tekken series. If you had the Xbox, you got Todd McFarlane's Spawn from the comic book series for the Spawn character. So he was a playable character on the Xbox version of Soul Calibur 2. And if you had the GameCube version of Soul Calibur 2, you got Link from the Zelda games. And out of the 3 characters, Link was my favorite one to play as out of all of the guest characters. He had his bombs, he had his boomerang, he had his bow and arrow, and of course the Master Sword. Much more interesting move set than Heihachi. Heihachi just had his basic 10-hit combo from Tekken, and he had his basic combos from Tekken. And then Spawn. Spawn was an interesting character, but he did not seem, I don't know, like he did not really fit in with Soul Calibur 2 characters. Not to say that Link fit in, but hey, Link at least had like weapons that looked like they matched the style of Soul Calibur. So yeah, the GameCube version was, in my opinion, the best version of Soul Calibur. It had the second fastest load times. Xbox was the fastest at loading. PlayStation 2 was the slowest at loading. GameCube was in the middle, but closer to Xbox than PlayStation, meaning it was almost as fast as Xbox. So yeah, that was definitely my favorite version. So I'm glad to see that on there. And they will add more than these 3 over time. So eventually, I want to see games like, I really want to see like Batten Kaitos, Resident Evil 4, Eternal Darkness, Sanity's Requiem, like some of those classic games from the GameCube. Super Smash Bros. Melee would be amazing if they throw that on there as well. Like being able to go through the break the targets mode and the home run contest in Smash Bros. Melee is something that I have been wanting to do for years. So overall, it's an okay launch. To me, it feels a little bit lacking in first-party Nintendo titles. Mario Kart World is the only like brand new first-party title, because technically the Zelda games are not brand new. So they're basically Switch games that got enhanced for Switch 2, which is nice. I mean, I'll take it, but still. Like I feel like we have to wait like a month or 2 for Donkey Kong Bonanza. Like that game's coming out I think like late July. So it's like a month after Death Stranding 2. And then the Pokemon game comes out in like October. So there are games on the way. But I think the first year for the Switch 2, the first party lineup is going to be a little bit on the light side. I think there's also the Metroid game too, right? Like, when is the Metroid game coming out? Is that next year? Like, I forget when the Samus game is coming out. And I also want to see like a Star Fox game, a Yoshi game. At least they need to put games like Yoshi's Woolly World from the Wii U. I want to see more Wii U games get remastered for Switch 2. I think that's a really good place for them to start. Metroid Prime, 2026. Okay, so it's still a way out from now. Pokemon Coliseum, isn't that like October? That's the one that's October, isn't it? Yeah, overall though, like if you're someone, see, here's the thing about this. A lot of the PC enthusiasts that watch this channel, I feel like they're not really into handheld gaming. Like, so for them, the Switch is either boring or they don't like the fact that the game's graphics are not they're nothing like, what you're going to see on a high-end PC with a 4K monitor or 4K OLED or whatever. But if you're somebody who has to travel a lot, you're on airplanes, and if you're on like long airplane flights, a lot of times there's nothing to do on the plane except sleep or watch movies if you're on a plane that has the TV thing in front of you. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're on an intercontinental flight, for example. Switch 2 is like the perfect companion for those long flights. And it's kind of, to me, handheld consoles have always been about a certain type of lifestyle. So, like, when I lived in Japan, like I said at the beginning of the stream, the Nintendo Switch was the only console that I had with me. I did not have my giant gaming PC. I did not have my PlayStation 4 Pro. I didn't have any of those, like, stationary boxes, big machines for, like, high-end gaming. Like, I didn't have any of that stuff with me. So the lifestyle was very nomadic. You were living, you're kind of always on the go, you were on trains a lot, you were in transit. You spent a lot of time in transit. And the Switch as a gaming platform was an excellent thing to have for people that are like in that kind of lifestyle. So the Switch 2, I feel like, is something that is perfect for people who live that style. Like that's just how it is, you know. And a lot of people who don't do that, like they sit at home or they drive to work every day, like, and that's what they do. They're not gonna really have that time spent in transit to play games on the Switch or on anything really. But a lot of people globally do have that time in transit, so the Switch is like a perfect thing for that, and that's the reason why it's so popular in places like Japan. So yeah, I think the Switch 2 will be a very successful launch, or a very successful console generation for Nintendo overall. They've already, with the original Switch, they have already done a lot of expanding their audience in terms of like putting more third-party games on the platform, versus when you look at the Wii U and the original Wii, they did not have nearly as much support for third-party developers the way they do with the Switch and now the Switch 2. So that is very good to see. I want to see them open up the platform even more. Like, what I really want to see from Nintendo, although I highly doubt they're going to do this, they need to, there's no reason why they can't make the Switch 2 a media platform similar to the PlayStation 5 and the Xbox. Meaning, you should be able to run apps like Netflix and Hulu and YouTube and web browsers. You should have all of that stuff. There's no reason why you can't do those things with the Switch 2, because that would make the Switch 2 like a really, really good tablet. It would be a really good tablet because it has access to the Switch and the Switch 2 game library. It has access to the legacy Nintendo game library, like Nintendo Classics is what they're calling it. So you have NES, SNES, N64, and now GameCube. So you have access to all of those potentially, and then if they throw a web browser on there and they throw like YouTube app and all this stuff, dude, it is like it will be like the best console of this generation, like straight up, best console, because it's the perfect thing. Like it doesn't have overheating problems. It doesn't have like the issues that you see with the ROG Ally trying to run games that it can't really handle. Similar with the Steam Deck. You won't really have those problems with Nintendo because the system is more locked down. It's more like an Apple device in that regard. So I don't know. I think it's a great platform that they can really expand the capabilities on it, where they didn't really do this with the Switch. Maybe there was because the hardware wasn't good enough. With this newer hardware, with the new NVIDIA platform that they're using, the Ampere-based platform, with the ability to do the upscaling, yeah, with the DLSS stuff, this is like a great platform overall. So what is people saying? Right, Sony and Panasonic helps underlying hardware is also NVIDIA. With what do you? Not really. It has nothing to do with NVIDIA. It's more to do with the fact that this is an ARM-based processor, not an x86 processor. So the whole thing about porting games from PC doesn't apply, because you're talking about x86 game. You're talking about games that have x86-based compilers, which the Switch does not use. So no, that doesn't really apply. It'd be more like it isn't even. It's even more different from the Steam Deck. So no. No, it wouldn't be like that at all. It would be more like the fact that the only benefit of the NVIDIA stuff is basically the DLSS library, the DLLs, but the implementation is going to be completely different, because the games are compiled using like ARM. This is not x86. This is an ARM-based platform. Very low power, very high energy efficiency. So things have to be completely rebuilt from the ground up to function like this. It's the same thing as buying a Snapdragon laptop. It's like buying a Snapdragon laptop. Okay. All right, there's an article here. Nintendo Switch 2 is here, and for some players, their consoles are already damaged thanks to stores stapling holes into the Switch 2 screen. What? Huh? Wow, that's... Dude. Apparently, one GameStop store used a stapler to attach receipts to Switch 2 boxes, and the staple ruined the screen. Ouch, man, that's... What? Unfortunately, for everyone who went to that same... Okay, well, it's like one store. But it could be other stores that did this. They will probably have to wait until the store gets... Oh, that's so bad. You know what? This tells me that the people in the store, they never unboxed a display unit. Unless the display units came in a different kind of box. Because when I did the unboxing, so guys, if you guys saw my unboxing, I was surprised that as soon as you lift up the flap on the upper part of the front of the box, the console is literally sitting right there on top of the rest of the packaging. Like with the screen is facing up toward the outside of the box. I was surprised that they packaged it like that, to be honest. I was thinking like, yeah, that's not actually very... I liked how the box was small and compact, but I didn't like that the screen was literally like the only protection was the outer layer of the box. You literally had the outer layer of the box, and you had this plastic... Essentially, you had like a plastic bag, a plastic covering that the Switch console was sitting in. So that to me, when I first opened mine, I was like, I don't know why they did it that way. They should have put the screen upside down. Like they should have had the back of but even then it would probably have some scratches. Yeah, that's pretty bad. I don't even know who to blame on that. Like that's probably... Oh man, that's not good for the GameStop store that's gonna have to deal with all those returns. That's an instant return, because that's like that the customer didn't even do that. That's more of like, wow. Okay, that's really bad. Okay, well that was basically the Switch 2 discussion. Overall, the Switch 2 launch, in my opinion, it was a huge success overall for Nintendo. It was a very positive experience as someone who participated in the launch last night at midnight at a Best Buy. So to me, I think it's probably the best hardware launch that I've experienced in a very long time, because anyone who's been building PCs throughout the last 2 years, you guys know the GPU market right now is a huge mess. The CPU market is totally fine, though. So, like, really the GPU, which is really synonymous with gaming for building... Like, we've been talking about the Nintendo Switch the whole time, the Switch 2. But it's like, what's the underlying theme here? Playing games. It's all about the games at the end of the day. And with a PC, if you don't have a GPU, you're not going to be able to play the games. So the GPU is basically the game component, the most important component that enables you to play the games on the PC. And this year has been a horrible year for trying to get into PC gaming, unless you're someone who is okay buying used hardware or last generation parts. And even if you're buying last generation, unless you're buying a specific AMD graphics card, 7900 XT, I'm looking at you. Unless you're buying that card, you're not getting good value from any of the GPU options currently. So, yeah, compared to building a PC, like the Switch 2 was a smooth, positive experience overall. Even if they don't have that many first-party titles at launch, and you gotta wait a couple of months for Donkey Kong Bonanza, and you gotta have to wait for more enhanced editions of the Switch games. You have to wait for the Pokemon game, which isn't coming out until October. So it's going to be a long time to wait. But anyway, that was the Switch 2. Let's go over some of the games that were announced at State of Play. So the other interesting thing that happened yesterday was Sony had their State of Play. They showed off a couple of interesting games that stood out to me. So one of them, Silent Hill F. This game, I'm wondering if this is using the exact same proprietary engine that the studio that they contracted to remake Silent Hill 2. If this game is using that engine or if it's using a completely different engine. I couldn't really tell from the trailer that they showed. It didn't look like Unreal Engine 5. So I'm thinking it's probably a proprietary engine, or it's the same engine that the Silent Hill 2 remaster was done on. Silent Hill 2 does not use Unreal Engine 5. No, that's incorrect. It uses its own proprietary engine. I forget what it's called. But I think this is using some proprietary thing. Either the same one that Silent Hill 2 Remake is using, or it's using some other engine that the developers themselves are using. So this is one that we will probably be looking at when it comes out later this year. So I was trying to figure out from my backlog, like, what games, because after Death Stranding 2, the only other game that I was tracking was Ninja Gaiden 4. And that game still doesn't have an actual release date, but I know that it's coming out this year. So I was thinking, okay, well, what is coming out like the second half of the year? Well, Silent Hill F is one of those games that is now on my radar. The Metal Gear Solid game, that's another one. So, Metal Gear Solid Delta, aka Metal Gear Solid 3, that's another one. So, yeah. Neo 3 was announced for next year. The demo is out now. We looked at it yesterday for PlayStation 5. It is PlayStation 5 exclusive for the demo. And it's available until June 18th. We will be playing this next year, but I don't know. Like, from what I played, it feels very much like Neo 2. They added I call it the job switching mechanic, so you can switch between samurai and ninja mid-combo during combat, and it switches very fast and seamless. In fact, I think if you time the switch from samurai to ninja or ninja to samurai during the opponent's red attack, you actually counter them. So there's kind of like I don't know, they're going for some kind of counter-based system, which they did have in Neo 2. Neo 2 had burst counters. Burst counters are also a thing in Neo 3, although they don't call them burst counters, and they work a little bit differently. So, to me, from what I played, and keep in mind, this was an alpha demo. This is not a beta demo, it's an alpha demo. So there's still a lot of stuff that could change between now and the actual release next year. It felt like a mix between... It was like Neo 2... It was like Neo 2 combat with the original Neo's transformation for, like, when your sword goes lightsaber mode or whatever with flames and you're invulnerable. Like, it took that from Neo 1 and it put that in Neo 3, and then most of the combat felt like very much like Neo 2. So it felt like Neo 2 to me, which is a good thing, because I was hoping that it would be like Neo rather than be like Rise of the Ronin or Wolong Fallen Dynasty. I did not like Rise of the Ronin's combat, which is why I never really managed to finish that game. And Wolong Fallen Dynasty was pretty good overall, but it was also not what I expected or wanted from Team Ninja. Although, to their credit, I do appreciate that Team Ninja is trying to do different things with different games. They're not just giving us the same game every year. But Team Ninja, just like From Software, they have been cranking out games every single year, and they are pretty good quality games. Like, you think about... So, 2020, they brought out Neo 2 for the PlayStation 4. Yeah, PlayStation 4 was Neo 2. Then, in 2021, they brought Neo 2 to the PC. Then, in 2022, they brought us Stranger of Paradise, Final Fantasy Origins. So the whole, like, Kill Chaos meme, that video game. Yeah, that was Team Ninja. So, and that was actually a pretty good game. I actually really liked that game, although I think the power scaling and the difficulty scaling in that game did not really fit because of the way the combat was structured. But otherwise, that was a pretty good game. I like the job-based system from Final Fantasy with Team Ninja's fast Neo-style combat system. So Stranger Paradise was one of my favorite games from 2022. It was just overshadowed by Elden Ring because Elden Ring launched a couple of weeks before it. So it's like, I'll never forget, like, Horizon Forbidden West launched, then Elden Ring launched and completely eclipsed it. Then Stranger Paradise tried to launch and got swept under the rug underneath Elden Ring's giant umbrella. So that's the only reason why I feel like a lot of people didn't really get to experience that game, because it was too close to Elden Ring, and Elden Ring was just so big, this massive and successful game, an incredible game from Software. That was Game of the Year 2022. So yeah, Stranger Paradise was Team Ninja's 2022 game. Then in 2023, guess what they brought out? Wolong Fallen Dynasty. So they had another unique game where it's like, oh, now it's all parry-based combat, and it's really, really fast. And what was unique about Wolong was Wolong had PvP. Like, you literally had PvP in a Neo-style combat game, which was interesting, but it didn't really work that well compared to, like, PvP in an Elden Ring game, because the combat is just way too fast. The two players are just parrying each other constantly. It was like watching, like, AI in Soul Calibur 2 on the GameCube on the highest difficulty level, because they're literally guard impacting each other constantly for like 3 minutes straight. It's hilarious, but it's quite boring after a while. So yeah, that was Wolong Fallen Dynasty. And then in 2020, was that 2023? Yeah, 2023 was Wolong. 2024 was Rise of the Ronin on PlayStation 5. And then 2025, this year, well, not only are they giving us Rise of the Ronin on PC, they also gave us Ninja Gaiden 2 Black, which is basically like a UE5 remaster of the original Ninja Gaiden 2 Sigma. And then they're also now, later this year, going to put out Ninja Gaiden 4. And then next year, they're putting out Neo 3. So Team Ninja is one of those developers where I have to give them credit, because, you know, a lot of times these big studios, these well-established brands with their primary IP, like their big game franchises, they take like 5 years to put out a game. I'm looking at you, Square Enix, with Final Fantasy. Or they take like a decade or even longer. I'm looking at you, Rockstar, with GTA. You know what I'm saying? Like these big studios, they're taking so long to put out a game that is of high quality. Meanwhile, you got these studios like Team Ninja cranking out high quality action games. These are like S-tier action games at like breakneck speed year after year after year. So, yeah, and From Software is exact same as Team Ninja as far as I'm concerned. From Software brought us Elden Ring in 2022. Then they put out Armored Core 6 in 2023. Then Shadow of the Erd Tree 2024. Elden Ring Night Rain this year. And Dusk Bloods on the Switch 2 exclusive for next year. And that's Miyazaki's next big game. So you have, it's like the Japanese developers, yeah, hats off to them, because they know what they're doing. They got these big names, like IPs behind their brand, and they're putting out these high quality games. And they're not having like all these messed up, day one patch, crashing, blah, blah. They don't have any of these problems. So the quality is still there. So it's proof that developers that are competent can still make high quality games on a good release cadence. And I'm pretty sure they're doing pretty good financially, because they're cranking out these games every year. And these aren't like bad games. Like, I haven't played a bad Team Ninja game as far as I can remember. And same thing with From Software. I have yet to play a From Software game that is not a 9 out of 10. You know, like, it's either a 10 out of 10 or a 9 out of 10. Like, I have yet to play any From Software game that is lower than like a 9. So, Silent Hill F, 007, First Light, Neo 3, Mortal Kombat Legacy, Collection, Bloodstained, The Scarlet Engagement, and Pragmata are all the games that you're interested in. For me, it was Silent Hill F, Neo 3, Ghost of Yotei, and there was another one that I can't remember. Oh, the Metal Gear Solid game. They didn't show Death Stranding 2, but they didn't really need to because it's literally coming out in a couple of weeks. So, but that's the next big game that we're going to be streaming. It's going to be Death Stranding 2. So we'll be covering that game in depth on this channel. That's the next big one. Besides like Mario Kart World and like Switch 2 related stuff for the next 2 weeks. Yeah, speaking of Ghost of Yotei, we do have a release date for this game now. They did reveal that it's coming out later this year, this fall. So, probably going to be completely different. Similar art style, similar... When I say art style, I mean like the graphics. Different color scheme, but similar to Ghost of Tsushima. So, Ghost of Tsushima was a surprisingly good game. It was a good quality game. You know... It had varying levels of challenge. You can make the game harder if you wanted. You can make it easier if you wanted. So very accessible for a lot of people. Definitely a good mainstream showing of what a AAA game should look like from a game studio. So definitely one that I will probably be looking at later this year when it comes out. I'm still waiting to find out when Ninja Gaiden 4 is coming out, though. I was really hoping that we would have seen a Ninja Gaiden 4 release date trailer, teaser trailer, on State of Play. We didn't get that. But we did get Neo 3, which was even more surprising. I was not expecting Neo 3. So, for next year, though. But, yeah. So that's pretty much the State of Play. I think they did announce like Astrobot levels and limited DualSense controller stuff. So it's interesting that they're actually still adding support for Astrobot. That's another game that's really... It's kind of like... I've seen like for the PlayStation platform... You know how Nintendo has the Mario franchise? And that's like their premier platformer. But they also have other platformers. Like they have the Yoshi spin-offs. They have the Luigi games, which aren't really platformers, like Luigi's Mansion. They also have the Kirby games, which are similar to the Mario games, but still different in scope. The PlayStation brand, over the years, they have tried to have similar, like, I think Banjo-Kazooie, there's another one from the original PlayStation, Rayman, and some of those other ones. Those are kind of like the platformers that I think of from like the old PlayStation era. That was more before my time. But then in the PlayStation 3 era, they had Little Big Planet. Little Big Planet was probably one that I'll always remember as being very, very similar to the Mario games in a 3D, semi-3D environment. And those are what I remember being kind of like the Mario equivalent on PlayStation. And then more recently they had Astrobot for the PlayStation 4 or PlayStation 5. Yeah, PlayStation 5 had Astrobot. And this is kind of the new Mario-like platformer for the Sony console. So interesting. Yeah, but it's interesting to see how the consoles, I've always thought of them as very distinct from each other. Like when I think of Xbox, I always think of either action games or first-person shooters, but mostly first-person shooters. And first-person shooters, I don't play a lot of them. They don't really appeal to me, which is the main reason why I haven't really kept up with Xbox as a console platform for a long time now. The only Xbox console that I have, or I still have it, but the original Xbox, that's the only Xbox platform that I have. I've thought about getting a Series X, but I just don't see a reason to have one because the game library either doesn't appeal to me or it's too similar to the PC.
I am not optimistic about Switch 2, although I have bought 2. Years ago they might get away with slightly inferior hardware, but the Switch really showed the gap. Now they are using a chip that is 4 years old already at launch.
Yeah, but the thing is, you got to remember that most of the time, I feel like most of the time spent playing games on the Switch and now the Switch 2 will be using it in handheld mode. I don't know. I'm pretty sure Nintendo has some, I would assume Nintendo has some form of telemetry to be able to tell, like internally the system can log, like AC powered, for example, and maybe that's how they can tell if it's dock. Well, no, not really. They have circuitry to tell when the dock is actually connected. So I'm pretty sure there's a way for them to do heuristics and statistics on how often the Switch and now the Switch 2 is used in dock mode versus handheld mode. And my assumption is that the vast majority of the game time on the original Switch was in handheld mode. I could be completely wrong, but I think most people that buy a Nintendo Switch will use it in handheld mode a good portion of the time that they actually play games on it. That isn't to say that people won't use the docked mode, but I think that the times that people use the docked mode are going to average lower in terms of the hours spent playing games. Now, I myself am someone who will mostly use it in docked mode, but I don't think that I am the typical representative of a Nintendo gamer. Like, I don't play a lot of Nintendo games. I'm not really someone who I would consider a Nintendo fan in terms of like long term. Like, I never had a Nintendo console until the Wii U. Like, the Wii U was my first Nintendo console. So keep that in mind. So this is me. But obviously I'm only one person. So I remember playing Xenoblade Chronicles X and Fatal Frame Maiden of Black Water on the Wii U, as well as Ninja Gaiden 3 Razor's Edge and Hyrule Warriors. Those are like the 4 games. Yoshi's Woolly World was another game that I played. That was a first-party game that I played on the Wii U. And I guess the other big one was Mario Kart 8. So Mario Kart 8, Yoshi's Woolly World, Fatal Frame, Maiden of Black Water, Ninja Gaiden 3, Razor's Edge, and Xenoblade Chronicles X were the primary games that I played on the Wii U. There was probably a few other ones that I can't remember right now. The Smash Bros. Ultimate was the other one. I didn't really play too much of that because I didn't like it as much as Melee for some reason. But anyway, the Wii U was basically my first Nintendo console. Then I got, obviously, what we showed at the beginning of the game, or the beginning of the stream. I got the launch Switch back in 2017. I never got the OLED. I never got the other update one. I only have my launch model, and that's it. And then now I have the Switch 2. So I only have the 3 most recent Nintendo consoles. So I don't really consider myself a Nintendo fan from a legacy standpoint because I never owned, the NES, the SNES, the N64, the GameCube, the original Wii. I never had any of those consoles, nor did I ever have any of the Nintendo handhelds like the Game Boy, the Game Boy Advance, the Game Boy DS, the Nintendo DS, the DS Lite. Like, I never had any of those handheld devices from Nintendo. So I personally don't think that I am a very good example of the typical Nintendo gamer. I think that most Nintendo gamers play games that are not that hard to run. They're not visually demanding. So I don't think Cyberpunk 2077 will be a massive commercial success on the Switch 2. It is interesting that it's playable on the Switch 2, but I don't think that the typical Nintendo gamer is the type of a person that is going to enjoy playing Cyberpunk 2077, if that makes sense. I think that they're there to play the Mario games, the Zelda games, the Metroid games, all the first-party games, basically, the Pokemon games, for sure, and they play a lot of, like, 2D RPGs, kind of like mobile games. I feel like those are the vast majority of Nintendo gamers. They play a lot of platformers, like the Kirby and the Forgotten Land, maybe the Sonic games, you know, that have been all ported to Nintendo since Sega doesn't do hardware anymore. You know, like, that's basically who I think of when I think of, like, the Nintendo fanboy, we'll say. So it's like, yeah, I get it's an interesting comment about it being on 4-year-old hardware, but I don't know if that really matters for the bulk of the Nintendo player base, if that makes sense. I think that it'll do fine. N64 actually had superior hardware compared to PlayStation and Sega Saturn. Yeah, it did. It did. But it just, Nintendo didn't leverage third-party support. They didn't get in there aggressively the way Sony did, and that's ultimately how Sony managed to surpass them. Because Nintendo had a long lead. They had a very long first-mover advantage compared to Sony. And Sega was really the big competitor to them back in that days, in the era of the 90s, the early 90s. Who here? Okay, let's do a poll. Let's do a poll. Or no, not a poll. Let's do a... Well, okay. Hold on. How do I want to do this? Oh, I know how to do this. Which console generation was your first? Meaning, like, what was the first, what was the oldest console you ever owned? And since I can only do 4 choices max. Yeah, I can only do 4 choices max. So we'll do the 9th generation, which is basically PlayStation 5. The 8th generation. The 7th generation. And the... no, hold on. 8th or newer. 7th generation. 6th generation. 5th generation or older. We'll do it like this. Alright, I'm curious to know, like, out of my viewers, when did my viewers start gaming? 8th or newer, meaning... So for those that don't know what this means, the 5th generation is N64 and PlayStation and Sega Saturn. So basically, the 5th means 90s or older. The 8th generation is PlayStation 4 and Xbox One and Wii U. So anything newer would also include PlayStation 5 and the Switch 2. No, the Atari guys are in there. That's 5th or older. The Ataris are in there. I'm only allowed to put 4 choices, so I had to try to, like, break it up as much as I could. Maybe I could have done, like, 4th or older, and I could have done, like, 7th combined with 8th and newer. I don't know. Man, okay, wow, okay, I'm surprised. A lot of people. Well, there's only 11 voters. We have like 28 concurrent viewers and only 11 people vote. Come on, people, vote, because I want to see, like, how many people watching are old school gamers. Like, you guys are familiar with, like, Super Mario World and Mario 64, and Mario 64 blew your mind when you first saw, like, Mario in 3D, you know, on the big screen. You know, that kind of experience versus people who are newer to gaming. So the younger people in the audience who probably started with PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 and, like, COD 4 and Little Big Planet, you know, like Uncharted 2, Metal Gear Solid 4, or maybe even newer, Metal Gear Solid 5, you know, like PS4 era. So 14% of you are PS4 or newer. But the bulk of the audience is PS1 or older. Basically, this is PS1, so it's like 8th means PS4, 7th means PS3, 6th means PS2, 5th means PS1. Does pinball qualify? That would be in 5th or older. That would be 5th or older. Man, 5th or older I feel like is a giant bracket though, because I feel like I may have probably needed to break these up a little bit more, because now I can't tell. We're probably gonna have to dig into 5th and older more in depth to see like the limits of where some of you guys are at, because the fact that someone's mentioning pinball, pinball and PS1, pinball and Final Fantasy VII are like really far apart, and yet I've got them lumped in the same group. So there seems to be a problem with the poll. I mean, we got Space Invaders. Space Invaders and Final Fantasy IX are in the same bracket. There is definitely something wrong with this poll. Halo 3 and Gears of War 2. That would be 7th generation. So, if you're mentioning Halo 3 and Gears of War, if that's how you started, okay, well, I saw your earlier comment, N64. So yeah, that would be 5th. So yeah, technically, man, 5th and older is too big of a group. I realize that now. That's like from the late 70s all the way to Y2K. That's like way too. That's like a 20-year. That's like a 20-year generation right there, all like mishmash together. Yeah, we're gonna have to break up that last category. There's too many. There's way too many. That's a huge gap. Okay. Still only 15 people voted though. Like 20 out of 31 concurrent viewers, only half of you voted. I mean, where are all the PS3 people? Where's all the 360 people? The people who started with PS3 or 360. You know, like people who their first gaming experience was a Halo 2 voice chat lobby. What a terrible way to begin your gaming experience. Xbox Live Gold, man. that was probably, you know, it's funny, I'm kind of like dogging on that era, but that was probably the golden age of gaming, if we're being honest. Like the 2000s decade was, because the 2000s decade, when you think of how games looked during like Y2K, the year 2000, 1999, and then you look at 2009 and 2010, in the 10 years that was the O's decade, graphics of video games improved so much. Look at the games on the Dreamcast and compare those games to games like Killzone 2, Uncharted 2. I mean, a world of difference. Metal Gear Solid 4 in 2008 versus like Metal Gear Solid 2 Substance. You know what I'm saying? Night and day. The difference from, like, I'm just thinking like Tekken Tag Tournament. The original PlayStation 2 launch title. Tekken Tag Tournament versus Tekken 6. Tekken 6 in 2009. on the PlayStation 3 versus Tekken Tag Tournament on a launch title on PlayStation 2. The difference in graphics, the graphics improved so much in the 2000s decade that when you look at games today, it's like, yeah, games today, like Unreal Engine 5 and all this stuff, the graphics look really good, but I don't think they're that much, they're not more impressive. So, like, okay, I'll give you guys an example. Skyrim was 2011. Cyberpunk was 2020. You see what I'm saying? And Witcher 3 was like 2015. So that was like in the middle. So you can see the progression of graphics from like 2010 to 2020 or 2010 to 2019. It was very linear progression. The graphics improved in a linear fashion in the last decade. But in the 2000s, graphics improved almost exponentially. Because you had games like, in 1999, you had, or like, okay, 2000, whatever. 2000, you had Final Fantasy 9. And in 2009, you had games like Uncharted 2. Like, see the difference? Or you had shooters like Doom 3. And then or Unreal Tournament 2004, and then by the end of that decade, you had like Killzone 2, like, or COD, Modern Warfare 2, MW2. You know, like completely different night and day in terms of graphics. So that decade was the biggest, like from the start of PS2 to the middle of PS3. That whole era was like a massive update in visual quality. Because that was also the decade where we transitioned from 4:3 aspect ratio displays, like your typical CRT televisions, 480i. So that decade started with 480i, and it ended with 1080p. Or at least 1080i, 720p 60. So it's like massive leap. Massive leap. Meanwhile, the next decade, from 2010 or like 2011 to 2019, you went from 1080p to 1440p. And you really only got to 1440p if you were on PC. Otherwise, and that's probably, now that I think about it, that's probably why the graphics to me, when I think of video game graphics from 2010 to 2019, the visual upgrades don't seem that impressive to me because we didn't really get a big resolution change. I just realized that. That decade kind of started with 1080p, and it's still kind of like, I guess it ended with 1440p, but if you were on consoles, the consoles were basically always struggling to do 1080p. The PS3 was basically a 720p console. The PS4 was kind of 1080. It was like 1080-30. And then the PS4 Pro was like 1080-60. So, we didn't really get a resolution bump in like that whole decade. And that's probably why the visual upgrades for graphics in video games didn't really look that impressive. Whereas you go back and look at like from the year 1999 to 2009 or 2019 or 2010, you saw a massive difference. 480i all the way to 1080p, man. Like that's where it's at. Andre Lewis, thanks for the sub. Still only 17 votes, but I mean 82% are on 5th gen or older. So that means there's a lot of people here that have been exposed to Nintendo games. Because my thing with Nintendo, I was thinking about Nintendo and how like I feel like the younger generation is not that in tune with Nintendo compared to the older generations of gamers. The gamers who grew up with Nintendo around them are the ones that are more likely to appreciate the brand. And I'm guessing when it comes to younger generations and future generations, the only way Nintendo is going to be able to cultivate that audience is if their parents introduce their children, these newer generations, to the Nintendo brand and the Nintendo IP. Otherwise, I don't see Nintendo maintaining like a very strong presence in the future if they can't get the younger audience. Just something to think about. You'll never forget how you felt when you got the TurboGrafx 16 for Christmas. Groundbreaking and so much hype at the time. Yeah, and the other thing too is the 80s, 80s and 90s, the technology changed a lot faster than it did now. You know, I think it's pretty clear to me that we're slowly running into stagnation when it comes to silicon technology. But 80s and 90s, things changed so fast. So fast. And the 90s, graphics technology, like a game company like Nintendo had to choose from so many different vendors for hardware for their next platform. You know, Sega was the same way, Sony was the same way. Things changed so much faster back then. So there was really no reason to get overhyped about like Halo tier hardware. I mean, people would still be enthusiastic about it, but very few people even really cared to own any of it because it was only good for like a year at best before something else replaced it. Things were leapfrogged over each other all the time. And by the end of the 90s, there was only two major graphics producers or graphics hardware vendors. So you had ATI from Canada and you had Nvidia from the USA. Those are the two remaining major players. I mean, obviously IBM PowerPC was still a thing, and you know that would be leveraged in consoles in the 2000s decade. You know, like Sony had the cell processor, but they would still do stuff like leverage either Nvidia or ATI for the console's graphics components. So it's like PlayStation 3 is Nvidia. You know, Xbox and GameCube were ATI, aka Radeon, back in the day. So it was interesting. It's like these companies, they never really deviated too much. I guess like PlayStation switched to AMD purchased ATI, but if we go back, I guess we should have been using Paint all this time instead of sticking to this Astrobot article. But here, let's so what I remember was PS3 GPU equals Nvidia. Xbox 360. Wasn't this one ATI? Was this ATI? The Xbox 360 is the one I always forget. I know that the GameCube was ATI. I forget about this one, though. I think this one was ATI. I can't remember, though. The video game crash of 1983. Atari shock in Japan was a significant recession in the game industry. Nintendo saved gaming. What happened? It was Atari that caused the video game crash. Why did Atari cause the video game crash? We're gonna end this poll. We only got 18 votes, but it's clear which one was the winner. No one voted for PS3 and 360. And the Wii. That was a transitory generation then. Some people started with 11% of the viewers started with PS4 era. Yeah, how did Atari cause a game crash? And then you're saying Nintendo. See, okay, I'll tell you guys where my knowledge ends. My knowledge of video games starts with Nintendo Entertainment System. This is the first console that I know of. So for me, this is the origin. Now I know this is not the beginning because obviously there was Atari. But you guys are going to have to teach me, like, what was there before the NES? Because I don't know what was before NES. Like, I don't know all the, like, what, the Atari 2600? I don't know when that was around relative to the NES. I assume it was older than the NES, but I don't know what its competitors were. I don't know what the gaming market was like in the 70s and the early 80s. Basically, pre-1985, I have no knowledge, no strong understanding of the gaming industry. So, I don't know. So all of that was a big blur to me. Game cartridges. What? Nintendo Entertainment System. I always think of, okay, hold on. Let me try to like piece this back. So if we have first gen, second gen, third gen, fourth gen, fifth gen, sixth gen, seventh, eighth, ninth. This is PS5 and Xbox Series X and Switch 2. Although this is kind of questionable. It's kind of questionable because Switch and Switch, both of them are kind of the same generation. So it's kind of more like an evolution than a revolution. This one I know is PS4 and Xbox One and Wii U. This one is PS3, Xbox 360, and the original Wii. This one is PS2, Xbox, GameCube. Probably one of the most iconic, famous. These two, 6th and 7th, I think, are the very famous, iconic generations. And also the 5th generation. PS1. Oh, actually, I forgot one. Dreamcast. Dreamcast was also part of that generation. PS1, Sega, Saturn, N64. That was the 5th generation. So when I did my poll, I had this was one group, this was its own group, this was its own group, and my reasoning was because these were two like massive generations. Then I put all this stuff together. So if we go further back, we had SNES. We had Sega Genesis. Is that correct? And there was no PlayStation. You had Sega and you had Nintendo. Then you had NES, Neo Geo? I don't know. This is what, see, okay, this is, now you guys are starting to see the limits of my knowledge. Now you're starting to see the limits of my knowledge because I don't know if this is correct. I don't know if that's correct. And what was this? Like, Commodore, I don't even know how to spell it. Commodore 64. Like, I don't know the beginning of the gaming. So someone's going to have to help me figure out Gen 1 and 2. Because I don't know what it was. Commodore. The first video game console was the Magnavox Odyssey. Oh boy. Magnavox Odyssey. 1972, the real first gen of consoles. Vectra in general in Gen 2 as well. Is this correct though with the Atari?
Sega Master System with the NES in '86.
Sega Master System with NES in 1986. Is Neo Geo supposed to even be here? Where's the Neo Geo? Is that a handheld? Oh man, forget about handhelds. Forget about handhelds. Even though the Switch is a handheld. Because it's a dock. So it's like, just do the big ones. Handhelds are confusing, man. Neo Geo is 4th? What the heck? Is that a handheld? What? What? Oh, okay, it's arcade. Okay, yeah. I thought something was wrong. I was like, wait a minute. Was it really? Okay. Neo Geo wasn't really a console. It was an arcade board that was sold for the average consumer in a console enclosure. Oh, but then wouldn't it be a console? These are the ones that I do not know that well. But see, this shows the legacy of Nintendo. This shows the legacy of Nintendo. Because I think the average gamer, if you try to quiz them on like the dawn of gaming, I think most people will say NES. Some who really don't know will say SNES. But some who think really hard about it will probably say NES, and then they'll give up. Maybe some people will know about Atari 2600. But, dude, so hold on a second, wait a minute. This is not, okay, we need to put the time bracket. 1970 to what would you call the end of this generation? Because this one was 2017 to present. This one was 2012 to 2017. This one was 2006. Okay, technically 360 came out at the very end of 2005. But actually, you know what? Nah, we're gonna put they're gonna change this to 2013. Because technically the Wii U came out at the end of 2012. And the Xbox 360 was the end of 2005. But I don't want to say 2005 because that's like saying December. You know what I'm saying? Same thing with this. I don't want to say the Wii U in 2012 because that was like what, November, December of 2012. I don't want to consider 2012 part of that generation. So I mean, technically I would put this all the way to like that. Because there's also overlap with some of these generations. PS4 was good until like 2020. It was even up to like 2023. Now that no one makes PS4 games anymore. But you know, it takes a while for the console generation to actually die off. So there is overlap. Atari 2600 was 1977. So this was 1977 to 1984. TurboGrafx 16. Where does that go? Where does that go? Is TurboGrafx Gen 2 or Gen 1? Space Invader, like, Atari was the nail in the coffin of all that was bad. What? PlayStation has a 10-year life cycle per system. I know, but that doesn't mean that the whole generation is 10 years. TurboGrafx is 3rd gen. Wait, TurboGrafx is 3rd gen? TurboGrafx is 4th gen? Is TurboGrafx in the 90s or the 80s? If it's the 90s, it's Gen 4. If it's the 80s, it's Gen 3. Oh, it was the very end of the 80s. Ugh. So what would you guys consider TurboGrafx? TurboGrafx is 80s. It was to compete with NES. How come someone's saying 1989 though? How do you even everyone's spelling it differently. Like I don't even know how to spell it. TurboGrafx. Sega Master was the first 8-bit console released in 1983. Sega Master was okay. So this was 1983 to 1989 or 1990. Wait, hold up. What is TurboGrafx supposed to? Okay. When did the first generation end? So Commodore 64 really was Gen 1 then, huh? So that really was the OG. The Magnavox and the Commodore 64 are literally like the Gen 1. So those guys are OG. That's good to know. What's the cutoff? Like, I guess, what, 1979? Like, did they go all the way? So that whole decade? The entire 70s was Gen 1? Commodore 64 is an 80s PC. What the heck? What the heck? What is this then? What is the Magnavox Odyssey? I don't even know what that is. I've never even heard of that until this live stream. I've never heard of the Magnavox. Dude, like, I don't even know what that is. I've heard of Commodore 64. Someone's saying Commodore 64 is 1982. Why do we have this in the 70s? Does this need to be in Gen 2? What the heck? Where is this supposed to go? Down here? Is this right? Magnavox is 1970s console. So the Magnavox Odyssey is the first console ever. I am so confused. The Magnavox Odyssey was uncontested. There was literally no competitor. How come this is the first I've ever heard of this thing? I've never heard of this until this live stream. I always thought the first consoles were the Atari and the Commodore 64. I've never heard of Vectrex. I've never heard of Vectrex. I heard of Commodore and Atari. Those names I recognize. But I don't know what these things are. And you guys know me, because if I know the timeline, I really, really know the timeline. So if I have no idea, if I'm lost in space and I don't know what's going on with time as a fourth dimension, then I really don't know what's going on. And we are completely at a loss. I don't know what this thing is. Like, this to me sounds like some aliens from the future brought it to Earth and that started gaming. I don't know what's going on anymore. Like, wow. All I know is, okay, this is all I know. All I know is the PS2 was always listed as the 6th generation of consoles. So that was always kind of like the starting point for me. So I would always remember, okay, PS2 is 6th gen. That means PS1 is 5th gen. And that means PS3 is 7th gen. And it was easy to go from there. Commodore 64 is 1982. Okay, but when was the Atari 2600? So are you telling me that this generation started in the 1980 and it went all the way to the 1985? Atari Jaguar? And we're not talking about Atari Jaguar. We're talking about Atari 2600. Oh, that's why I put 1977. Man, I'm getting confused because people are saying like random things. Like someone just mentioned the Atari Jaguar. The Atari Jaguar, it's like we're trying to define the generations. I don't need every single random other console that was like barely well known in these upper generations. Atari Jaguar was 1993. Well, that would put it in here with these guys. That would go there. Because this was like 1991 to like 1995. And this one was 1995 to, or actually no, when was the Sega Saturn? Was the Sega Saturn 1994? Or was it 1995 or 1996? It depends. Whatever the first one. PS1 was 1995. N64 was 1996. When was the Sega Saturn? 1995, 1996, 1994? 1994. Okay. And this one goes all the way to basically 1999. And then we had the Dreamcast in 1991, and you had the Xbox and the GameCube in 2001. So this went all the way to like 2005. And then this was all the way to like 2014 or so, or like 20. That was a very big, long generation. The Dreamcast released in 1998 for the JP audience. Yeah, but was it the very end of 1998, though? I don't like to do November, December of like a year and then call the generation for that year. You know, it depends on when it came out in Japan. Was it like really, really late in the year? Are we talking like Q4? Or are we talking like sometime randomly in the middle of the year? Because I don't want to count 1998 if the Dreamcast launched in Japan in like Thanksgiving or December. Okay, thank you. Thanksgiving, November 1998 doesn't count 1998 as a generation as far as I'm concerned. So we're going to say 1999. I don't count a month and a half to be the whole year worth the generation. What is a Z80? Z80? I don't even know what that is. See, all these weird ones from like the 70s. Like, are you guys serious? The Magnavox Odyssey was the only console in the first generation. Did IBM have like nothing? Magnavox was the only console in the first generation? How is this the only console in the first generation? How was there no competitor? For that long? For like a decade? The Magnavox was the only thing? When did the Magnavox come out? 1972? 1973? You know what's interesting? No one ever talks about this thing. I've never seen like video documentaries talking about the Magnavox Odyssey. I'm gonna have to look this up because I've never. You can find all these videos about Atari, Commodore 64, and obviously all the Nintendo old systems like NES and SNES, arcades and pinball were king in the 70s. Okay. So it was basically Magnavox and pinball arcades. That was basically the first generation of gaming. Is this correct though? Is that like 1970? What sort of games were even on the Magnavox? Like, was that like Space Invaders or something? Like, what was on there? And a pack of cards to play poker. It had two paddle. Hold up, let me see. What is this thing? Magnavox. There was a Magnavox Odyssey 2. Hold on a second. What the heck is this thing? I told you this thing came from aliens. This thing came from outer space, man. Like, no, what is that? This looks like a sewing machine before there were 3D printers. The Magnavox Odyssey is the first commercial home video game console. The hardware was designed by a small team led by Ralph Baer at Sanders Associates, while Magnavox completed development and released it in the United States in September of 1972. Okay, well that means that I was wrong by like 1 year, 1972, not 1973. Wow. The Odyssey consists of a white, black, and brown box that connects to a television. What is this? What is this like ironing machine looking thing? Like what? The first video game light gun was sold separately. It cost $99.95, which is equivalent to $750 in 2024. Wait, what? Okay, so hey man, the PS5 Pro is justified in 2024. The PS5 Pro is $700 in 2024. That was a deal if that was in the 70s. Sold 350,000 units. 2 paddles and a light gun. So I'm guessing, what is this? This is the light gun? Wait, what is this? An Odyssey controller. So, oh wait, what? Reset. English. Vertical, horizontal. What? A house payment in the 70s was probably like $30 a month or something. I don't know, like maybe $30, $40 a month. Oh, no, I'm wrong. It's way more than that. It was a house. You're talking about a house payment? I was thinking like a rent payment. A house payment in the 70s was probably like 200 a month. 100, 180, 170, somewhere around there. The Odyssey is capable of displaying. Wow, wait a minute. Okay, see, like this is man. TVs had those dials on the side. They had like the actual turn dials, and a lot of TVs were black and white, weren't they? In the early 70s, they started getting the color TVs in the 60s or late 60s or somewhere around there. Or no, color TV was like 1960s, wasn't it? But they still sold a lot of black and white TVs throughout the 60s and the early, at least the first part of the 70s. So, okay, see, at the time, color televisions were still seen as a luxury item, And the ability to show color would have added additional expense and time spent dealing with FCC testing and regulations. Okay, so that means it was a black and white based console? Wow. It has these, like, tubes. What are these tubes for? Are these, like, vacuum tubes from, like, early computers? This is crazy, man. Like, for some reason, how come no one ever talks about this thing? This is, like, the first console ever, and no one talks about it. Everyone always talks about Nintendo Entertainment System, NES, as though that's like the first console. That is definitely not the first console. Like, Pong. Yeah, I need to do more research on this stuff. It's funny, today is the launch of the Switch 2, and now we're looking at the OG, very first console, the origin of video gaming as a medium. Wait, are these the games? 28 games. Table tennis, ski, Simon Says. This was a three-player... Wait, that was a three-player game? A three-player game where two players must race to touch the body part of their chosen character's picture when the third player tells them to, based on a deck of Simon Says cards. How do you even play these games on the machine? Like, I'm wondering, like, how does it even work? Because the paddles, to knock a ball, two players use paddles to knock a ball back and forth on screen, uses an overlay of a hockey rink, and players score only if the puck reaches... Oh, that's like Pong, isn't it? Submarine, a target shooting game. Wow. Torpedoes.
I have a 16 terabytes hard drive that contains every console game up to 6th gen.
Wow. Up to wow. So that means like up to the PlayStation 2. This is the original. Like, this is the first thing. I didn't even know about this thing. See, I always thought the Commodore 64 was the very first console. Like, but it was back then when consoles were not clearly defined as like a home appliance for playing video games. So I always thought the Commodore 64 was more like the father of PC gaming, and the Nintendo Entertainment System was the father of the console gaming. But apparently, according to you guys, and according to this, the Magnavox Odyssey was like the beginning of it all. Like, this was the original. This is the real original. What is this? Wow. Wait, Bear spent the next few months designing further prototypes. And in February 1967... assigned Bill Harrison to begin building the project. So this started in the 1960s. What the heck? This is before AMD even existed as a company. There wasn't even an AMD back then. I mean, Intel was what, 1966 or something? This is older than AMD. AMD, the second biggest CPU manufacturer for x86 on the planet, with the current fastest gaming CPU in the world, wasn't even around when the prototype for the Magnavox was being developed. And don't even think about NVIDIA. NVIDIA wasn't... Jensen probably was like 2 years old or something back then. Or Jensen was like what? Like an infant kid? Like a toddler or something in 1967? Wow. Atari 2600 in 1977 is a lot closer to a modern console. Oh, the E.T. game? Yeah, I heard about that one. The E.T. game. So, okay, let's go back to the thing. So, okay, so this is it. This is the console generations. So from 1972. Okay, so yeah, arcades. I know arcades. Arcades were a big thing in the 70s and the 80s. And they kind of died off in the 90s. By the end of the 90s, arcades were a thing of the past. Unless you went to like a main event or something. Vectrex is super weird if you've never seen the screen in person. NES, Sega, MS, TurboGrafx. Yeah, the world has changed so much. Like when you think about how all of these different generations from all throughout this time frame, basically the 20th century. The 20th century was a time where innovation was happening so quickly. Technology was changing every 18 months. Moore's Law was in full bloom. Everything was changing constantly. So you had shorter cycles. You had shorter generations, although this is kind of a long one right here. This was a very long one. But there wasn't really, like the 70s, I wouldn't consider really like, if we're being honest, the 70s was really more like arcades. It wasn't really, no one was really doing like home console gaming in the 70s. Even the fact that the Magnavox existed was pretty epic at the time. But let's be honest, 350,000 units total over the course of what, like 7 years? That's not a very, that wasn't like a true, I mean, technically it is a console generation, but it's like a prototype to what we know today as console generations. So it was like an experimental phase. It was basically the origin story of gaming, really, with the Magnavox Odyssey and the whole buildup of the arcade scene in that era. Then the 80s was really when it started taking off, because the 80s was when you had, Atari was there, Commodore 64 was doing its thing. Then you had Nintendo 64. You had Nintendo join with the NES, and I really think Sega and Nintendo really started standardizing what games are supposed to look like. Like, they're easily identifiable, because I think of like pinball, I think of Pong, Breakout, like all these old games where it's very rudimentary graphics. You have the little, like Pong, you have the thing trying to like bounce the ball at angles. It's basically a test of basic collision detection in programming and BASIC and things like that. So Nintendo is really and Sega also really started creating like the iconic look of what platformer games are in the 1980s with the NES and the Sega Master System. I feel like that was when RPGs, I think, was really a thing that started with Atari and the 2600 back in the second generation. That was when you saw the different genres start forming, like RPGs and adventure games and that kind of stuff. So, but it was really, I feel like it was probably the NES is what really popularized it. Because when I think of that era, when I think of like Gen 2 and Gen 3, I don't really think of a lot of the games that were on the Atari 2600. Like, let's be honest, which of the games do you think are more recognizable from a distance? The Atari 2600 games or the NES classics? Like, really? So you think about it. So, like, the game with, the very first game with Mario, I forgot what Mario's name was in the first game that he was in with Donkey Kong, and Donkey Kong wasn't even called Donkey Kong back then. You know what I'm saying? You still remember the Goonies? Which generation? Was that Atari 2600? The games created could only run on their systems. Did not cross vendors. Yeah, I know. Like, everything was exclusive back then. Because people developed things around their chipsets that they were using. Mario Brothers was a 2600 game. Yeah, I think so. It was called something else, wasn't it? What was the game where Mario had to save? She wasn't even named Peach back then. Like the game and Mario wasn't even Mario. Well, you guys know what game I'm talking about? The game where Donkey Kong is like up at the top, throwing like barrels or something down, and Mario has to avoid them and climb up the ladders to get to him or whatever. Was that a game on the arcades or was that an Atari game? You think it was an arcade port, Mario? Was Mario in Mario Brothers? No, I know Mario Brothers. I'm not talking about Mario Brothers, though. At that point, he already, like, the character was already established as Mario the plumber, and, the brother Luigi, and, that was, like, the first Mario game on the NES. I'm talking about the game where there's a character, which is basically Mario, but he wasn't called Mario back then, and he had to go and save the princess or whoever from Donkey Kong throwing barrels or whatever. You know what game I'm talking about? I can't remember the name. That to me is like the most iconic first game of like the early 80s, late 70s. It was the same name, Donkey Kong. He was really called Donkey Kong. Was it really called Donkey Kong? I thought it was called something else first, and then it got rebranded or something. Mario vs. Donkey Kong? Really? That's Donkey Kong? Really? I thought it had some other name for some reason. Because I remember watching some, like, video essay documentary or whatever on some of that stuff, and they had some weird name. Maybe it was like in Japan it was called something else. I don't know. I can't remember anymore. Yeah, these Gen 1, 2, and 3 are ones that I have very little knowledge of. Like, I don't really know them that well. As you guys can already tell. Because normally I have a lot to say about stuff like this when it's historical context, but if I don't know it, I don't know it. So I clearly don't know Gen 1, 2, and 3. Not that well. Like, out of everything here, out of everything that we listed for Gen 1, 2, and 3, I recognize the name Atari 2600. I don't know what it looks like. I don't have a good picture of it in my mind. And I don't really know what games were on it. Magnavox, I never heard of it until today. Vectrex, I've never heard of it until today. Commodore 64, I've heard of it for many, many years. I know about the Commodore 64. I know about the Atari 2600. I don't know what games ran on the Commodore 64. Like, I have no idea. Now, here is where I start becoming a little bit more knowledgeable. But only really with regards to Nintendo. I recognize the first Mario Brothers 1, 2, and 3. You know, the famous Mario Brothers 1, 2, and 3 on the NES. And then Sega, whatever Sega was doing back then, I have no idea. I just know that they were like Nintendo's big rival back in the day. And then TurboGrafx, I've never heard of it until today. So that's basically my knowledge. Basically, my knowledge of gaming starts with Atari 2600, Commodore 64, but I don't know what games were on either of those systems. But when I think of Nintendo, the NES, I think Mario Brothers 1, 2, and 3. And that's basically what I think of as the origin of gaming. You know the company Rare that makes lots of Nintendo games? They started with Commodore 64. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Who makes the Zelda games for Nintendo? Nintendo makes them. What I mean when I say that is Miyamoto the guy who made the Zelda games back in the day? I thought Miyamoto made the Mario games. Did Miyamoto make like all the first party Nintendo games? Did he make Zelda, Link to the Past and stuff? Because I have no idea. Now, when we get to Gen 4, yeah, Miyamoto made, oh, wow. Okay. he did all, wow, okay. That's crazy because those games are quite different. Okay. When we get to NES and Sega Genesis and Atari Jaguar, I don't even know what games are on this. Sega Genesis, I think Sonic the Hedgehog. But I have no idea what else is on there. NES, I think of Super Mario World. Who doesn't think of Super Mario World when they think of the SNES? The first level of the game, where you get Yoshi, your little tiny Mario, you get the mushroom, you become big Mario, you get Yoshi, you jump on Yoshi, Yoshi starts eating the watermelons or whatever is on the bushes. You know what I'm saying? Like, who doesn't think of Super Mario World when they think of SNES? The most Super Mario World is probably, for most people who remember the SNES, they probably think of Super Mario World as like the first game that comes to their mind. Marcel, so you think of F-Zero? F-Zero, real? I think of the one on the N64 when I think of F-Zero. I don't think of F-Zero on SNES. The first F-Zero was epic. But anytime I think of Captain Falcon, I think of F-Zero on the N64. Otherwise, I think of Captain Falcon in the original Super Smash Brothers. And I think of that one level in Smash Bros. Melee where you got to run on the F-Zero racetrack and you're getting chased by all those cars. That's what I think of when I think of anything with like Captain Falcon. Plus the whole show me your moves. The show me your moves taunt. And Captain Falcon's up B in Smash Bros. And Smash Bros. Melee. And how broken that move was in the first Smash Brothers. F-Zero for GameCube. Well, okay, but you know what? See, so I have some good idea of games from the 4th generation. Where things really pick up for me and I start becoming a lot more knowledgeable is the 5th generation. PS1, I think, you know, obviously Final Fantasy 7, Final Fantasy 8, Final Fantasy 9, Xenogears, a lot of like the early fighting games like Tekken 1, Tekken 2, Tekken 3. PS1, had a lot of like PS1 is an era where I think third party franchises become very well known on the world stage when it comes to the fifth generation. All thanks to the PlayStation. The N64 obviously was really, really good. It had a lot of like amazing games that were just kind of incredible to witness for the first time ever. I still think of Mario 64. Mario 64 and the original Smash Brothers and maybe the Star Fox game. Those are like the most like iconic N64 games from the Nintendo 64 era. Sega Saturn. Okay, here's one that I don't know much about, guys. Sega Saturn. I've heard a lot about it. I heard about how a lot of people have like either a love-hate relationship with the Sega Saturn. I never knew anyone that had one, unless maybe one of my cousins had one at some point. I can't remember. I never had a Sega Saturn. My very first game console was the PS1. Not the original PlayStation. No, the skinny PS1. That was where gaming started for me. So for me, the fifth generation was the beginning of my, we'll say, my gaming career. Although, in reality, I didn't have a lot of PS1 games. The very first PS1 game that I ever owned was Final Fantasy IX. Final Fantasy IX. I never had Final Fantasy VII. Yes, that is correct. I never had Final Fantasy VII on the original PlayStation 1. I only had Final Fantasy IX, a game called Gundam Battle Assault 2. I think Dino Crisis 2 or something was given to me from a friend. And I've had like a few other games. There was like a Digimon game that I had on the original PlayStation 1. And that was basically it. Like those were the games that I had. And I got my PlayStation 1, or my PS1, I should say, because it's a skinny small one, in like what year did I get it? 2003? 2002, 2003. I got my PS1 in 2002 or 2003. That was when I started console gaming, was like early 2000s. So even though the PS1 came out in like 1994, I didn't get one until the early 2000s. In fact, I didn't get a PS1 until after the PS2 was already out. So I started with PS1 during the sixth generation of consoles. So in reality, the truth is, I actually started gaming during the sixth generation of games. This is the reason why my knowledge of like Gen 1 through 3 is so terrible, for lack of a better term. Like, I barely know anything about Gen 1, 2, and 3. In fact, I didn't even know the Magnavox was a thing until today. The SNES, my first exposure to games was Super Mario World and there was some racing game. Maybe it was a Mario Kart. It was probably a Mario Kart game on the SNES, because my cousins, I had cousins that were older than me that had the SNES. And I had another cousin who also had an SNES. So I had like two different family cousins that had the SNES. That is how I got exposure to the Nintendo games, because I never had any of these Nintendo consoles. I never had access to the Atari Jaguar. I never had access to the Commodore 64 or any of these other ones, or even the the NES itself. So it's like none of this stuff, I ever had any of that stuff. So I got into gaming in the early 2000s with like Gen 6 era, with the slim PS1. That was the beginning. Check this out. Abbey Road Seekers in 1981. You worked for these Ampex guys. For SNES, Street Fighter 6 was the major game. Street Fighter 6? Isn't Street Fighter 6 out now? What? I'm confused. Wait, what? What? Didn't Street Fighter 6 come out like almost 2 years ago? Oh, Street Fighter 2. Oh, yeah. Street Fighter 2 was a very famous game. Street Fighter 2 and Street Fighter 3, right? Street Fighter 2 and the sprite-based Street Fighter. Those were really, really famous. That's kind of like how Soul Calibur 2 is still considered by a lot of people the best Soul Calibur game. And that was like a 6th gen fighting game. Street Fighter 2 was considered an amazing arcade port when it came out. Yeah, I know. I remember. I was never into Street Fighter, but I remember a lot of people were telling me Street Fighter 2 is like really, really good. King of Fighters. Does anyone remember SNK or Capcom versus SNK 2? Mark of the Revolution. I remember that game. That was on like Xbox and PS2. See, where most of my like childhood gaming memories are really like PS2/PS3. That's what I remember the best. And it just so happens that was the era where we had the biggest uplift in graphical fidelity, was those two generations. Maybe that's why I talk about those generations a lot. You're an SNK. King of Fighters is the fighting game series. I remember Capcom vs. SNK 2. The announcer in that game had like one of the most iconic voiceovers. Samurai Showdown from SNK. I remember Samurai Showdown, yeah. We went from blocky characters to characters with actual I know, that's what I was saying earlier. We went from like the 2D fighters, and 2D fighters still continue to exist today. You know, like Arc System Works is still making 2D fighters. But you went from that to like Tekken 6. Look at Tekken 6 from 2009. That was a PS3 game. Look at the difference between Tekken 6 and like, I don't know, like Tekken 3 on the PS1. Look at the difference. Or even like Tekken 1. Out of the 3D fighters. Star Trek dress in 1964. You're talking about like the OG Star Trek. Yeah, that's the first one. That isn't even the one with Captain Jean-Luc Picard. If you're talking old school fighting games, Darkstalkers. No, I know about the Darkstalkers series. Guys, I know the 2D fighters. I never really played a lot of them, but I know about the 2D fighting games of that era. So I actually started with 2D fighters on the PlayStation 1, but I switched to 3D with like Tekken in the PS2 era, and Soul Calibur, and Dead or Alive. It was PlayStation 2 and Xbox. And GameCube to a lesser extent. It was 6th generation. For me, most of my time playing like fighting games was like all Gen 2. It was like Tekken 5, Dead or Alive 2 Ultimate on the Xbox, Soul Calibur 2 on like all 3 platforms. Those were the fighters that I remember. I mean, I never really played Street Fighter. Out of the 2D, I played a little bit of like Guilty Gear in that era. Like I said earlier, Capcom versus SNK2. The Darkstalker games, I remember those like on PSP. Mortal Kombat. Oh yeah, Mortal Kombat. I remember Mortal Kombat. Mortal Kombat, I never really. I played like Mortal Kombat 3, I think, on the PlayStation 1. I could never figure out how to do the brutalities. I never knew the button inputs. I think I could do like some of the fatalities. I couldn't do the brutalities. I forgot how to. I never really knew how to do them. That was allowed in school. You had some friends in school and you would finish your Microsoft Word assignments and be able to play. Really? A lot of fighting games on emulators, a lot of StarCraft Unreal Tournament. Wouldn't that be like the computer club, like after school? That to me that doesn't make any sense. You would finish assignments early and you'd be allowed to do that? You would be allowed to do that? Like what? Space Harrier was one of your first games for the Sega Master. RTS games like StarCraft on PC. Yeah, those are definitely like the PC games. That was like parallel to these gaming generations, but yeah. StarCraft Brood War, Age of Empires 2, The Age of Kings, Age of Empires 2, The Conqueror's Expansion. Those were like the first PC games that I played. So I'll tell you the games that I played on the PC. My PC games were StarCraft, Brood War. You know, it's like the expansion. Age of Empires 2, the Age of Kings, and the expansion. Whatever. We'll just put AoE 2. Lego Racers. This was like my favorite like kart racer on PC. Because I told you guys I didn't have a Nintendo console, so I didn't really have access to the Mario Karts. So I had Lego Racers, and later Lego Racers 2, which was terrible compared to Lego Racers. At least on PC, it was extremely buggy. But it ran good on the PS2. It just ran really bad on PC. Lego Rock Raiders was another one. Those were the two. This was like an interesting strategy game. This was a kart racer like Mario Kart, Age of Empires 2, StarCraft Brood War. Later on, Warcraft 3 was another one that I did play a little bit. I was never really that good at Warcraft 3. I did not like the gameplay style of Warcraft 3, where you had to like, you remember in Warcraft 3 you had to summon your hero, or was it hero or champion, whatever it was. You had your hero and you had to level up your hero. You had to go around the map and kill a bunch of random mobs. They called it like you had to creep around the map, kill creeps, level up, and then go do more, and then battle your opponent in like a skirmish. Then you had to like retreat, and then that was Warcraft 3. I didn't really like Warcraft 3 that much. It was kind of like the gameplay of it was not that good. Like I definitely preferred StarCraft and Age of Empires versus Warcraft 3. Yes, I know that Dota started. Dota, Defense of the Ancients, I know all about that, guys. That was like the one custom map on Warcraft 3, the Frozen Throne, and everybody. Yeah, no, I know all about that. I did play that. I was never a huge fan of it, but I did play it because a lot of people I knew played it at the time. But the big one starts with a W. You guys know what I'm about to type. It starts with a W. The big one. The big game. The defining game for PC gaming in the 2000s decade. Wacky Races. Wacky Races? What? No. No. Absolutely not. World of Warcraft. This was the game. This was the game to play during that time. And its rival, to a lesser extent, there was one game, Guild Wars. The original Guild Wars. That was like the only game that could rival World of Warcraft. And it still was like outclassed by a huge margin. These were the games that I would play on the PC. That was it. I didn't really play that much Warcraft 3, though, to be honest. I actually played more Dota than I played Warcraft 3. WoW would put you in debt with that membership thing. Sort of. I mean, most people that I knew paid either twice a year, so they were paying less than $15 a month. They were paying more like $12 or $11, 11 something a month back in the day, if they were paying like in a 6-month interval. So it depends. Like if you were paying $15 a month, yeah, you were spending the most. Like people who were paying the regular $15 a month, they were paying the most out of pocket to play WoW. But if you were paying in a 6-month interval, you were paying more, like I think it was like $11.70. Like I forget what it came out to exactly, but you were paying less than $15 a month if you were paying on the 6-month intervals, which I was doing for a while, and then I quit. But yeah. Oh, you were counting the internet bill? Yeah, that is true. That is true, the internet bill. But see, the thing about World of Warcraft launched, man, Blizzard was at the top of their game in that era because they brought WoW to the market when a lot of people, when broadband internet, cable internet was starting to take off in America. I don't know how it was in Brazil, but like in America, in like 2004, 2005, it was actually a little bit earlier than that. It was really like after the whole Y2K thing, like the early 2000s, a lot of American households started switching from 56K dial-up to broadband cable internet. So when WoW came out, a lot of people were already on, like, not everyone obviously, but, a lot of people were switching to broadband cable. So a lot of people had cable internet when WoW came out. And that was the perfect storm for Blizzard to be successful because they had all these people that already had the internet speed that was capable of handling World of Warcraft. So the problem became the servers couldn't keep up. You love standing on the shoulders of giants like GTR? Well, the fact that I barely know anything about Gen 1, 2, and 3 of the consoles, I don't really consider myself a giant in the gaming space when I don't even know anything about... I barely know anything about the Atari 2600 and the Commodore 64. You know what I'm saying? WoW was more accessible. Yeah, because WoW brought forth I call it like MMO 2.0, like the second generation of MMOs was World of Warcraft. Because before World of Warcraft, you had like the first generation, maybe WoW was like the third generation of MMOs. I consider it the second gen because before WoW, you had like EverQuest and Final Fantasy 11, and those games were way not approachable. They were not accessible. They were very hardcore. They were so terrible RNG. You know, like the drop rate and the grind required in those first gen MMOs was just terrible. Now, and WoW seemed really hardcore to a lot of people, but it was still way more accessible compared to the previous MMOs. You also had Lineage 2. Was that Gen 1 MMO or was that the same as WoW? Dark Age of Camelot was another real... Yeah, I never played that. EverQuest I never played. I remember I had like one friend in school who played EverQuest. I had no idea what he was talking about when he was talking about EverQuest. He would talk about it randomly. He was like that one guy at lunch who would just talk about EverQuest, and none of us had any idea what he was talking about. We were just kind of like, yeah, cool story, bro. I don't know what it is, but it's like EQ. Talk about EQ this, EQ the EverQuest. Oh, it's so good, and I gotta play it on my 3DFX or my Voodoo 3 or whatever. He was talking about Voodoo 2, Voodoo 3, and I'm thinking like, I don't know what that is, and he's like, it's like a thing you put in the computer to make the game look really good and run really smooth. And I was like, oh, a Voodoo 3. Oh, I gotta get one of those things. I gotta get something called a Voodoo 3. I don't know what it is, but it's some computer thing. And, you know, I was like, oh, okay, someday I'll get a Voodoo 2 or Voodoo 3 or a VIA or whatever it is, or Silicon, you know, whatever it is. And I never knew what I was talking about. And then, like, years later, I decided to build my computer, and I ended up buying an ATI X850 XT, and I was like, dude, I have no idea. Like, I don't know what that Voodoo 3 thing was, but all I know is I don't have it, and it doesn't really matter because the technology was improving so fast that it didn't even matter. Like when I built my computer to play World of Warcraft in the summer of 2006, you know, the Voodoo 3 was like an ancient dinosaur at that point. So, you know, whatever. So, no idea what the Voodoo 3... I mean, now I know what a Voodoo 3 is, or Voodoo 2, 3DFX, all that stuff. But back then, I didn't know what it was when my one friend that was talking about EverQuest all the time kept talking about a Voodoo 2 and all... I was like, whatever. I didn't know what that was. Now we fast forward to the modern era. I know what it is. I never had one, but, you know... I think we need to talk about the 9060 XT. I just realized we haven't even talked about the 9060 XT, but we're starting to talk about PC gaming. We've kind of shifted from talking about consoles. So this actually, somehow, this stream it started with the Switch 2 launch. Then we started talking about the history of the console generations, and how the Nintendo Switch is kind of like the manifestation of like all of that over time, changing with technology. And then we somehow pivoted to PC games. I don't really know how we transitioned from talking about the consoles. I guess we it's because someone brought up StarCraft Brood War. Or whatever, like StarCraft and playing games after school or whatever. Yeah, so now we're talking about GPUs again. So now let's talk about the RX 9060 XT. So that's a great segue to the 9060 XT. So what we'll do is we will use Tech PowerUp's review of the Sapphire Radeon 9060 XT. The fastest RX 9060 XT. According to Tech PowerUp, this is the fastest one. So AMD launched the 9060 XT graphics card. So unfortunately, this thing launched the same time as the Nintendo Switch 2. So it basically kind of got eclipsed a bit in the tech news because of the Switch 2 launch. Because I think the hype machine for the Switch 2 was very, very substantial compared to the launch for the 9060 XT. But anyway, so this is like the second major GPU from AMD to feature the RDNA 4 graphics architecture. Earlier this year, there was the 9070 XT and the 9070. Now they're launching the more mainstream, budget-friendly 9060 XT, and I guess at some point they'll launch the cut-down variant, the 9060. This is available in 8GB or 16GB. Most people will want to get the 16 gigabytes for $50 more. For $50 more, you effectively double your VRAM. And VRAM is the most important spec for graphics cards for a lot of reasons. Number one, for running higher settings in the graphics settings for your games. And number two is obviously for like all the AI stuff. So that's what makes the 16 gigabyte variant a lot more useful. So even if you're someone who doesn't care about AI, you get the benefit of better texture quality in games. And then later on, if you want to trade or sell this GPU to upgrade again, the 16 gigabyte variant will hold much better resale value than the 8 gigabytes. So I highly recommend, if you're someone who is looking at getting a GPU in this price range, the difference is $50, but you are definitely going to want to spend the extra $50 to get the double RAM capacity, because the 16 gigs, this is not changeable. Like, you cannot change. It's not like a desktop. You cannot just add more RAM. It's like fixed, soldered onto the motherboard or onto the actual graphics board. So you have to go with 16 gigabytes if you want this GPU. The only people who should consider the 8 gigabyte variant are the people who are going to use this with older video games. You don't play a lot of demanding games. You're only playing on a 1080p monitor, and you have no intention of upgrading beyond 1080p in the next 5 years, or at least 3 years. The 9060 XT is being served up to a sizable majority of gamers who still play at 1080p. Yes, I consider this a 1080p graphics card. So the results that we're going to look at are mostly going to focus on the 1080p results, but you can game at 1440p. So similar with the 9070 XT. The 9070 XT is meant for 1440p gaming. But that doesn't mean you cannot game at 4K with a 9070 XT. You definitely can. I've been showing that basically the whole time I've had that GPU. You're just going to have to leverage upscaling. With this GPU, it's the exact same story. It is meant for 1080p native resolution. But if you want to game at 1440p, you can, and you leverage FSR4 upscaling. FSR4 upscaling is basically the same as DLSS. So there isn't really much of a difference in terms of like feature set between AMD and NVIDIA anymore. This is a new 4nm Navi 44 silicon. So it is, yeah, it's the latest one. This is basically the successor to what was the RX 7600 XT. $64 ROPS. 2048 stream processors. So it is half of the 9070 chip. The 9070 chip, you take 2048 and you multiply it by 2. That gives you 4096 stream processors. So this GPU is literally half of a 9070 XT. All right, they talk about some of the stuff about the Sapphire. The Sapphire Nitro Plus is based on the company's latest introduction. It offers a premium aesthetic and represents its segment well. Okay, so it's going to be factory overclocked. It is factory overclocked to 2780 megahertz for the game clock compared to 2530. So it's a 250 megahertz overclock. That's pretty good. Here is the architecture for this. You can see that it's definitely half of what you get on a 9070 XT. So AMD's GPUs this generation are definitely more in line with NVIDIA's in terms of what you're getting overall. Here are the special features. We kind of talked about this with the 9070 XT launch, so we don't need to really look at this. We'll just save some time and cut straight to the numbers here. So let's look at the relative performance numbers. 1080p is where this card really shines. And you can see it is basically the same as the 5060 Ti. They're effectively the same. 1440p, they are also effectively the same. 4K. At 4K, what's weird is that at 4K, this card is faster than the 8GB 5060 Ti by like 10% or so. That's because that card's out of VRAM. And then this is the reason why I'm telling you guys 16 gigabytes is the way to go. 5060 Ti with 16 gigabytes is about 4% faster at 4K resolution. So you'll never notice the difference there. So like I said, these cards are basically exactly the same. So AMD has positioned these cards. The naming convention does match NVIDIA this time around. Let's look at ray tracing. So ray tracing performance. So again, here, the NVIDIA equivalent is only 2% faster, which to me, this indicates, like I was saying with the 9070 XT back in March, AMD has gained they have basically jumped 2 generations ahead of themselves in ray tracing performance. They were basically at least 1 full to maybe almost 2 generations behind NVIDIA. They have now leapfrogged so far ahead compared to their previous generation. Like if you look at their previous generation, the 7600 XT is at 59% of the new 9060 XT. That is massive. And if you look at the 4060 Ti, the 4060 Ti is weaker in ray tracing than the 9060 XT. So this shows that the 9060 XT is so far ahead of AMD's previous generation that the 9060 XT, which is in general slower than the 7800 XT, is now the same as a much faster GPU in ray tracing performance. So this shows that they have jumped so far ahead against themselves in the ray tracing performance. They've basically caught up with NVIDIA. So they're basically on par in ray tracing now. So like I said earlier, FSR4 closes the gap with DLSS in image quality, and now RDNA 4 closes the gap in ray tracing performance. This is basically the end of the movie Toy Story, where Buzz and Woody are on the rocket from Sid, and they're flying in the sky, and Woody's like, Buzz, you missed the truck. And Buzz is like, I'm not aiming for the truck, because he's going straight after the 50 series, which means AMD has now caught up to NVIDIA in ray tracing. So the bottom line is there is no reason to opt for NVIDIA graphics cards over AMD graphics cards when you are looking at ray tracing as the selling point or the decision key metric that you're comparing. So that is very nice to see. And again, there's another reason why the 50 series is a complete and utter disaster for NVIDIA compared to their previous 40 series. It is an incredibly disappointing generation overall. NVIDIA barely moved the needle on all of their entire stack, with the one exception being the 5090. But the 5090 is so expensive that it doesn't make any sense for the average consumer to even consider one. You know what I'm saying? So it's like the whole 50 stack from the 5080 and down is a complete skip. It is a complete nothing compared to the 40 series. Like, it's barely any different from the 40 series. Meanwhile, AMD may not have done massive uplifts in rasterization, but boy has AMD closed the gap on everything else. They are now equal to NVIDIA with like a 60 class AMD is equal to a 60 class NVIDIA in rasterization performance and in ray tracing performance. And in terms of upscaling performance, FSR4 and DLSS are basically on par now, so you'll never really notice the difference between the two of them. In fact, the FSR4 is actually superior to DLSS in a lot of games that provide the sharpness filter that FSR4 allows. This is the reason why a game like Monster Hunter Wilds is vastly better with FSR4 than DLSS, because DLSS on Monster Hunter Wilds makes the game look like a last-gen PS4 game that is a blurry, ugly mess. Whereas if you play Monster Hunter Wilds with FSR4, you can crank the sharpness filter all the way up to 100%, and the game all of a sudden looks next gen and looks super sharp at 4K, and it truly looks significantly better than Monster Hunter World, but only if you're using FSR4 and only if you max out the sharpness filter. We have proven this on multiple live streams because I'm tired of hearing people say that Monster Hunter Wilds looks last gen, or Monster Hunter Wilds looks like it's worse than Monster Hunter World. That's because most likely those people complaining are using DLSS and they're turning the game into a blurry, murky mess. So that proves my point that AMD's RDNA 4 is the better choice for most gamers looking to upgrade this generation. So I'll use myself as an example. I currently have 216.4 hours of playtime in Monster Hunter Wilds. 216 hours in that one game that came out at the end of February. And whenever I play this game, it doesn't matter what GPU I'm using, even if I'm using the RTX 5090, you can be guaranteed that I will run the game with a 5090 using FSR3, not DLSS, because FSR3 with 100% sharpness scaling looks significantly better on Monster Hunter Wilds than anything with DLSS. So, did you test DLSS 4? It doesn't have DLSS 4. It has DLSS 3.7 or whatever. So, no, it's not an option. That being said, we will look at DLSS 4. We did look at multi-frame gen. So the one thing, having said all of that about the AMD card, one of the things that NVIDIA does have, that AMD currently does not have, is the whole multi-frame gen feature. But I don't think that multi-frame gen is a significant advantage, we'll say, when it adds significantly more latency to the frame rate. So it smooths the frame, but it doesn't make it feel like it's more responsive. So I feel like MFG is kind of a gimmick. I have tested it with Doom: The Dark Ages recently, and we did a test on stream as well with the RTX 5090, and we did test MFG all the way up to X4, and it still felt smooth to me, but I could tell that there was like increased latency. This was a very noticeable when you like you pan the camera around like a 180 degree, you'll notice the latency with MFG cranked up. So to me, I don't think MFG is like a must-have feature, although I think maybe for really poorly optimized games and weaker GPUs like the 5060, for example, maybe MFG helps, but it will definitely not help if you, and it's not preferred if you're playing a competitive shooter like Fortnite or Counter-Strike or any of those games. Then you definitely don't want MFG because it's completely useless with those type of high reaction based shooters. So again, it's kind of a gimmick. All right, so let's look at what does it mean by FSR performance? Oh, this is basically upscaling. But this is just frame rate based upscaling, so that's whatever. That just scales the resolution. So let's look at the temperatures and fan noise of the Sapphire Nitro. So, okay, 22 decibels is dead silent. You will never hear this graphics card above your actual case fans. So, 1,000 RPM. Most case fans spin on average from 800 to 1,400 RPM, depending on if they're if the system's under load or not. So, if the GPU is only spinning at like 1,065 RPM, you'll never hear this. Like, this is dead silent. 78 Celsius, that's very good. The memory temperature, that's the hotspot. The hotspot isn't even 80. That is very good. That's an excellent result. And then the memory temperature, 82C, that's also a very good result. So, I accept the memory temperatures all the way up to 90C. I don't care. That's not going to do anything. And then the hotspot, I can accept like 90. That's not really going to bother it. So these are excellent results. And the fact that it's so quiet with these numbers is really, really impressive. Comparing the other cards, though, like, okay, ASRock is... This is also very quiet, although it's a worse result. It's still very quiet, so whatever. The Asus has a really... Okay, the Asus has better temperatures, but it's noisier. So when I'm looking at this, if I was going to choose between the Asus Prime, 72 hotspot and 76 memory with 30 dBA and 1600, I'll take 78 and 82 at 1,000 RPM versus this any day of the week. So, but that depends on what you prioritize. If you're someone who cares more about the temperatures being really low and you don't care about the noise, then maybe you would prefer a louder GPU. I'm the complete opposite. I don't care about the temperatures. I care about the noise. The noise is more important to me than the temperature because these temperatures are never going to damage the hardware. So this is a non-issue. XFX Swift. This one is this is better on the memory in particular, but it is noisier. Although it's not as noisy as the Prime. Out of all of these, the Prime is the loudest. However, the Prime has dual BIOS, which is very nice. And when you put it in the quiet BIOS, it becomes just as quiet. Okay, for some reason, it still has more sound pressure than the Nitro, but it is of similar RPM. And it's hotter on the hotspots. So I would take the Nitro over the Prime based off of those results. And then XFX also has a quiet BIOS, but it doesn't really... It's still not as quiet as the Nitro. So the Nitro seems to be the best performer out of this entire list. Card prices aren't going down. What are you talking about? The Nitro Plus is pretty good, but the markup of the Nitro model doesn't... Oh, do we even talk about the price yet? What was the price? Yeah, look at that. Fan noise under load. Look at that. chart topper. I knew it was going to be a chart topper. 22 dBA. Like, that is so... Dude, the 6900 XT AMD reference card, I have this card. It is dead quiet. And the fact that the Sapphire Nitro is even... It's like... Wow, that is 5... That's like 4 to 5 dB less than the legendary 6900 XT. The 6900 XT is the quietest graphics card that I have ever owned out of the modern graphics cards. And this thing is even quieter than that by a significant margin. Plus or minus 3 dB is double or half your sound pressure level. That's crazy. Okay, here we go. They noise normalize. Noise normalizing, Sapphire is still the best. Sapphire is still the best. So it has the best cooler. It has the best TIM or PTIM or whatever it's using for the thermal transfer. It's just the highest end. Okay. And also the Nitro typically always has a vapor chamber and it always has a PTIM. Okay, so graphics card power consumption, it's less than 200 watts. Multi-monitor idle power consumption, they fixed the multi-monitor high wattage that it used to draw on the previous generations, as you can see here. So Intel Arc A770 was the worst one. RDNA 2, the 5090 uses a lot of power at idle for some reason, so does the 3090 Ti. But then these are like nothing, so wow. Okay, video playback, nothing, that's good. Gaming, 188 watts under load. The 5060 Ti, 16 gigabyte, which is its rival, is about 20 watts less. So 20 watts less, who cares? They're close enough. So in this scenario, you got to look at like, well, what's giving you better value? Most likely the AMD card, but we'll have to look at the price here. Ray tracing performance, it's like the difference is what? 7 watts? Who cares? VSync. So if you're someone who plays a game that is capped to 60 FPS, for example, the recent Elden Ring Night Rain does not run above 60 frames per second. That is the reason why I keep saying it's very easy to run. 60 watts is basically identical to NVIDIA, which does indicate to me that RDNA 4 has really closed the gap between AMD and NVIDIA in terms of efficiency. I would say NVIDIA is slightly ahead because when you run the FPS uncapped, the AMD card, like I said, it uses about 20 watts more, worst case scenario. Whereas when you cap the FPS, they're about the same. Now, that is not true in the past. When you look at the previous generation cards, like for example, let's look at the look at RDNA 2. RDNA 2 versus 30 series NVIDIA. You cap the FPS to 60 FPS. The 6800 XT pulls 183 watts. Its rival is the RTX 3080, which only pulls 116 watts. Now, you run these uncapped, AMD RDNA 2 uses less power than Ampere. But when you cap the FPS to 60, when you VSync it to 60, the Ampere cards are actually more energy efficient when you have the frame rate capped to 60, despite being on that terrible Samsung 8nm node. So what it shows here is AMD has, again, they have closed the gap for the most part between themselves and NVIDIA. And the other thing that's pretty incredible here is you have to remember, AMD and NVIDIA have taken different approaches with their architecture. AMD is giving you a wider, well, not necessarily wider, but AMD is using, they like to use wider memory bus with the older memory. So they're using GDDR6, whereas NVIDIA is using the skinny memory bus, but they're using the GDDR7 as far as I remember. I'm not sure if the 5060 Ti, I'm pretty sure 5060 Ti uses GDDR7. But AMD tends to give you, I like to use this analogy. AMD, when you buy a Radeon, you're typically buying a V6 engine. When you're buying a GeForce, you're an equivalent GeForce, you're buying a turbo or a supercharged 4-cylinder engine. Meaning, AMD's GPUs have stronger long-term viability because you're buying a beefier engine under the hood. You're buying a V6 engine versus a turbocharged 4-cylinder engine from NVIDIA, which means the NVIDIA one is more likely to break down in the future. Not saying that it'll just flat out die. What I mean by this is it'll end up aging worse than the AMD equivalent because historically they're giving you less hardware for the money. So that's how it's almost always been with AMD and NVIDIA. The one exception was the 30 series NVIDIA. But now, because of silicon nodes slowing down, both companies are having to max out. They're going really, really wide with the architecture. So now they're more similar than ever. And the more silicon technology slows down, the more similar AMD and NVIDIA's GPUs will become, meaning you will expect both of them to reach parity as long as the die size is very similar. So, and the architectures become more similar. And that's what I expect to see from both of them. So at a certain point in time, because current silicon technology and Moore's law kind of has slowed down, what I expect to see is both AMD and NVIDIA will have graphics cards, flagship graphics cards that are basically identical to each other in performance. Meaning AMD will catch up with NVIDIA in the 60 series generation. RDNA 5 versus the 6090, for example, will be exactly the same in terms of performance. This is guaranteed to happen because the silicon technology is slowing down. The only way you can see a difference is going to be in superficial features like multi-frame gen, for example. So that is where we're headed with technology, just because of the way silicon is slowing down. Hence, everyone's talking about stagnation. So the 9060 XT power spikes, non-issue. So it's not going to like shut off your computer randomly if you're running the frame rate uncapped due to your power supply tripping OCP. So let's talk about the value in conclusion. So according to Sapphire, the Nitro 9060 XT comes in at 439 euros, which converts to about $415. So it's what, $65 over MSRP, because MSRP is typically $350. So to me, this is completely reasonable for the sort of GPU market that we exist in today. So they say excellent price performance, unbelievably quiet, 16 gigabyte VRAM, good overclocking potential. That is the thing about these smaller GPUs. These smaller GPUs tend to be better overclockers because they are smaller, they use less power, they generate less heat, assuming the thermal density is not terrible, and they have good direct die cooling via, well, GPUs are always direct die with like PTIM and vapor chambers. They have good overclocking potential compared to their higher end big brothers or whatever. So RT performance is improved. They're basically at parity with NVIDIA mostly. Energy efficient, powerful cooling solution, support for FSR4, very low temperatures, idle fan stop, overclocked out of the box, multi-monitor power consumption fixed. This was a big problem for AMD for many, many generations. That's finally fixed with RDNA 4. That's very good. Support for both. We verified this with the 9070 XT. Support for both of the newest standards for the displays. PCI 5. Okay, here's another one that's a really big one. Here's another big advantage over the 5060 Ti that not a lot of people realize or talk about. The 5060 Ti is an X8 GPU. So if you throw a 5060 Ti in with your terribly outdated 10th gen Intel Comet Lake, so the lame i7-10700K or whatever, some lousy CPU like that. You know, like if someone goes and buys a 5060 Ti and they plug it in to their super old, 10700K Intel CPU, it's going to get bottlenecked. Not only is it going to get bottlenecked by the CPU, it's going to get bottlenecked because they're going to be running PCI Gen 3 X8. Because the Intel Comet Lake maxes out at PCI Gen 3. It doesn't matter if your GPU is PCI Gen 5 capable. If your CPU is PCI 3.0, you will get PCI 3.0 speed. It's always the lowest common denominator. And that means that if your GPU is X8, like the 5060 Ti, you will be bottlenecking the GPU with a 10th gen Intel part in two different ways. The CPU will bottleneck it, and the PCIe bus will bottleneck it. Double whammy bottleneck on a 5060 Ti. Meanwhile, if you take the 9060 XT, you plug it into that ancient Intel 10th gen motherboard, you will get PCIe 3.0 X16. So you will be bottlenecked by the 10th gen CPU, but only by the 10th gen CPU, because you still have the full 16 lanes of PCI Gen 3, which is enough bandwidth to max out the GPU. So it will not have a problem. What is this 10900? 10900 is trash. No. Just as bad. No difference. Good video encode decode. Hardware acceleration support. Okay, so yeah, we all know that. So, okay, the negatives. There's only two negatives. Surprisingly, there's only two. Fairly big price increase over MSRP. And NVIDIA DLSS offers a better upscaling frame gen experience. I don't know. Okay, so they're talking about DLSS with regards to the frame gen experience. I don't know if I agree with that, because they're mainly talking about MFG. And it's like, okay, I guess because there's a checkbox feature there. The MFG is a thing that you can do with the 50 series card with the expense of more latency. So I guess maybe it's lacking that feature, but we'll see how long that's a feature that's missing. We'll see. I'm pretty sure AMD is working on MFG. But overall, let's see. What do they say here? So averaged over our test, we're seeing good numbers for the 9060 XT at 1080p. It's just 3% slower than the more expensive 5060 Ti 16 gigabyte. Compared to the 5060 non-Ti, it is 11% faster. Once we up the resolution to 1440p, the 5060 Ti 16 gig is still 3% faster, but the 8 gigabyte model drops a bit and just matches the 9060 XT. This is what I mean by NVIDIA sells you a 4-cylinder turbo that doesn't last very long. Because over time, this will just get worse. This has been proven time and time again. This is why my GTX 970 aged horribly. The RTX 5060 is now 15% behind. Compared to last generation's 7600 XT, the 9060 XT is 37% faster at 1080p, so that is a full generational uplift. 43% at 1440p, okay, again, that's still a full generational uplift. While I would definitely say that this is a 1080p card, 1440p is definitely in reach, certainly in older games, especially once you enable, okay, so yeah, all the upscaling and frame gen, and things that we already know. Thanks to its factory overclock and increased power limit, the Nitro gains around 3% in real-life performance over the base XT. more than the other cards we've tested today. The differences are small in absolute terms, so it's no way you'll subjectively notice any FPS. That's the reason why. This is the reason why it's good to mention this, but it is another thing where it's like, in my opinion, if you don't like the look of the Nitro, or you don't want to pay the extra premium for the Nitro, you can just get one of the baseline 9060 XTs and you will never really notice a difference in performance. Yes, your GPU will be a little bit slower than the Nitro, but it's like, does that really matter at the end of the day? Like, that's the thing. Like, is that 3% worth it? Ray tracing and neural rendering. All right, we know. Okay, so basically, while NVIDIA has been the pioneer when it comes to the ray tracing stuff, AMD hasn't really been pushing things. This changes with RDNA 4. The new GPU is considerably faster at ray tracing, which fixes one of the biggest drawbacks of RDNA 3. In RT, the Radeon RX 9060 XT is essentially on par with the RTX 5060 Ti, showing a similar 3% margin as it does in rasterization. AMD has caught up. Would you have expected this? The gen over gen RT performance gain when compared to the 7600 XT. So compared to the previous generation, AMD is 64, it's plus 64% faster in RT. This is what I mean by AMD has jumped 2 generations in front of themselves. To use that Toy Story analogy, they were not aiming for the truck. They were aiming straight for the 50 series. So they have finally caught up with NVIDIA in ray tracing. Very impressive. If you look, considering the node is much, the changes to the node structure is significantly less, so you're not able to rely on huge node shrinks for massive uplifts. So they had to go with a new approach, a new architecture design, and that's what RDNA 4 is, and that is how they were able to do this massive uplift. If you look at individual games, there can be big differences, which means these averages, okay, so whatever. Everybody knows that. The 9060 XT comes with this, okay, all that stuff we know about, and all the controversy about NVIDIA and the reviews, and now they don't want you to review it, and blah, blah, blah. All right, so we'll skip all of that. I still think, okay, we're not going to forget about this 12 gigabyte nonsense, no. Upscaling, frame gen, da-da-da-da-da. All right, so... okay, so AMD introduces FSR4 with RDNA 4, the latest version of the upscaling technology. This is supported in a good number of games. It can be enabled. My testing, this worked well, and the UI is easy to use. I like how the in-game overlay tells you when FSR4 is active. That is true. I remember Monster Hunter Wilds, when I installed the 9070 XT and recompiled Monster Hunter Wilds, it shows FSR4 for the actual upscaler. Or warns you when you forgot to enable FSR 3.1 in the game. Image quality is greatly improved, and the image stability is fantastic. Almost on par with DLSS Transformer, which still remains... Okay, that's what they mean. Okay, that I accept that. That makes sense. So basically, it's almost... So again, AMD was never aiming for the truck. They were aiming straight for the 50 series. So not only did FSR4 surpass conventional DLSS in terms of image quality, it is now almost on par with NVIDIA's new Transformer model DLSS, which still remains the better option. Render detail. This is basically... Okay, you know what I just thought of? Now we're going to talk about Dragon Ball Z. This is like when Goku fought Vegeta on Earth for the very first time in the Saiyan Saga. And Vegeta literally had to transform into a giant ape to win. And Vegeta had to bust out the Transformer model He had to transform to beat him. He had to transform to beat AMD. Otherwise, he couldn't win. Because AMD's Kaioken times 4 was more than his DLSS Gallic gun could handle. Just to clarify, AMD has not made any improvements to frame generation. You still only get the option to double your frame rate. With Blackwell, NVIDIA has introduced multi-frame generation. This feature allows you to triple or quadruple the frame rate with good results. Yeah, man, RDNA 4 is basically Goku training with King Kai in the other world. That's basically what this is. This feature allows you to triple or quadruple, which basically means RDNA 5 is Goku training on his trip to Namek. Which means next year, in Q4 of next year, we are going to see a huge battle between NVIDIA and AMD for the top spot of the Halo tier GPUs. 6090 versus the new RDNA 5 Legendary Super Saiyan is going to be an incredible clash of the titans. So that'll be interesting. With Blackwell, NVIDIA has introduced multi-frame gen. This feature allows you to triple or quadruple the frame rate with good results, especially... Okay, well, we already know about MFG. I've showcased that. AMD does have the AMD Fluid Motion Frames technique that it learned from King Kai, which is a driver-level frame generation technology that doesn't require game support. It is possible to stack in-game frame generation and fluid motion frames, and it works without major issues. Still a somewhat exotic approach. AFMF is still useful, especially in titles that are capped at 60 FPS. You can still enable AFMF to run games smoother. It's also a solution to the somewhat limited FSR frame gen supported games when it comes to game. Okay, well, that's true. Power consumption, it's good, around 170 watts, which is comparable to the 5060 Ti. NVIDIA has lost most of their lead here, just like on the 9070 series. I'm happy to confirm that AMD has finally fixed the increased power consumption. Okay, so yeah. So, in an unexpected reversal, NVIDIA is failing here now, with their top 3 Blackwell GPUs currently showing higher than expected power consumption in non-gaming states. This is because, okay, this is something that I have noticed myself with NVIDIA recently. And I don't know why the quality of the drivers for NVIDIA is going down in quality. But NVIDIA's GPUs do weird things like, for example, I'll give you guys an example. When I connected my Switch 2 docking station to my PC with the Astral 5090, every time I full screen the capture card software on one of the 3 monitors, it doesn't matter which monitor, it causes all the monitors to momentarily go black. So I get black screens on all my monitors for like 3 to 5 seconds, and it's very annoying. And then if I remove that's when I make the application go full screen. When I undo the full screen, it does the same black screen thing. It never does this with the 9070 XT. It always does this with the NVIDIA 50 series cards. So I don't understand. I have a feeling it has something to do with NVIDIA's memory. The VRAM clock speed is changing too much between idle speed, what NVIDIA calls 2D speed or low power speed, and the high power speed. And I think that they have to go to the high speed, and that will cause the higher power consumption in the non-gaming states. So that's probably what's going on. I don't know why NVIDIA keeps screwing with their driver behavior with stuff like this that are like non-gaming related things, but it's kind of annoying. The Sapphire Nitro Plus uses a little bit extra, and that's the reason why I don't know what to do because right now I have the Switch 2 connected with the NVIDIA computer. I might actually move the Switch 2 to the AMD Radeon computer because that black screen monitor thing is very annoying. Every half-decent PSU should be able to power the 9060 XT input. Okay, yeah. So, you know, okay, that's fine. All right, very good. Overclocking worked very well. The Nitro gained 10% in real-life performance, which is more than we usually see. That's actually a very good result. I wasn't expecting it to do that much. Bumping the power limit made only a small difference. The competing Blackwell generally overclocks a little bit better, but I don't think the difference is big enough to affect your buying decision. While OC isn't completely trivial, it's easy enough to do. Yeah. Okay, pricing and alternatives. AMD has set an ambitious MSRP of $350 for the 16 gig and $300 for the 8 gig. According to Sapphire, the Nitro sells for $420, which is a $70 increase over the... Didn't he say... Okay, whatever. 20% more. This definitely feels like a bit much, even though you do get a fantastic cooler with an incredible low noise experience. Still find it hard to believe. Okay, well, I mean, this is 2025, and the problem is with the GPU market is what it is right now. I guess we'll know soon. Yeah, we'll know eventually. Like, these prices are going to keep changing each quarter, but I don't see them going down throughout the next 2 quarters. So if the prices on GPUs are going to start going down, we won't really see it until like Q4. And that's mainly because demand will have gone down across the board. At 350, the end supply will have gone up. This is basically basic economics. Okay, yeah, I don't know. While there's a GeForce 5050 on the horizon, I don't think that sounds so dumb, 5050. The RTX 5050. That sounds hilarious. I don't think this will have any impact on the segment for... Yeah, why would it, right? Like, who's going to buy a 5050 over a 9060 XT? Like, or even a 9060 for that matter. Anyway. Maybe Intel has an ace up their sleeves. Their bigger Arc Battle Mage cards could add more competition, but this late in the game, the release date is completely unknown. Some rumors say that those Intel cards have been canceled. Others say Q3 or Q4. I think Intel might put out like professional cards, but I don't, with a lot of VRAM, I don't think they're going to put out like larger GPUs. So I don't know. I'd like to be proven wrong on the Intel cards though. It seems to be it never was an issue with Linux. Yeah, that's because the Windows driver makes... So I know why the high power is like that. It's because of the memory clock. When you have high refresh 4K monitors, the VRAM clock on the Radeon card goes to max speed. That's why. So your higher power draw is because your VRAM chips are pulling more power. It doesn't do it on Linux because Linux does not force the VRAM clock to go to max like Windows does when you have a high refresh 4K monitor. So yeah, it's a difference in driver behavior. $5090 or 9070 XT, those aren't even in the... That's a dumb question because why would you, like... Why those aren't even in the those aren't proper comparisons, dude. Like, why would you compare a 5090 to... That's like someone asking me, should I buy a Toyota Camry or should I buy like a Rolls Royce? Like, what the heck? Like, that doesn't make any sense to do the same thing. Like, what? I still want a 9070 XT, but I'm not sure which one. Nitro Plus seems to be the best. So if you like... Okay. I recommend... Okay, we talked about this yesterday, I think. So... Hold on. Does this one use the... Does it use that 16 pin? Oh, this one uses a standard 8 pin. See, that's good. This one uses a standard 8 pin. I like that. The thing that I didn't like about the 9070 XT Nitro was it uses that dumb 12 volt high power connector. They just had to use this stupid connector, this dumb thing. Like, this is the reason why I don't really recommend the Nitro 9070 XT. Because why use this if you don't need to? You know what I mean? Well, just do the comparison between both of them. Just, like, okay, if you're building the estimate, just what is the difference in price between the two of them? Well, see, the thing is, if you're going to do a comparison, why would you only choose one? Choosing one wouldn't be a comparison. You'd have to compare two of them. But yeah, I don't like this. I really, really don't like this thing. This connector. Otherwise, the Sapphire Nitro would have been a very good choice. But see, oh, it's like, oh, you gotta have this thing. It's like, it has that dumb connector. You gotta route that cable around, yeah. That's why I don't like that, because of the fact that it forces you to use that really dumb, controversial connector. It's just, like, why? Let me see, do they review... Okay, ooh, they did review it. Yeah. Yeah, so the Mercury... This is the one that I would actually recommend, to be honest. If you want a 9070 XT, this is my top recommendation. The XFX Mercury Magnetic Air. I think this is the best one. It has the flow-through design for the third fan. It has the it's heavy. It's chonky, lots of metal, good cooling. It has triple DisplayPort. It doesn't have that dumb 2 HDMI, 2 DisplayPort that Sapphire does, but some people might like that. Triple 8-pin. So no fear of catching fire on the cable. It's never going to melt. It's not going to cause a problem. You know, like tried and true. Traditional, yes, you have to route all those cables, but it's peace of mind. You don't have to worry about it burning up or melting or being unevenly distributed. None of that nonsense. So none of that. So, and the other thing too is magnetic fans. You can just pull the fans off, blow out all the dust every 6 months or whatever. Easy cleaning. So yeah, like this is the one I would go with. So let's look at, you want to look at the temperatures. Temperatures and fan noise. Okay. How come they didn't show the second BIOS? Okay, it's Sapphire Nitro. Sapphire Nitro is a lot quieter. It's a lot quieter. 36 dBA versus 26 dBA. The only thing is, how come this has dual BIOS? Why are they not showing the second BIOS? Yeah, that is a big jump. The thing is, though, it's 1600 RPM, though. 1600 RPM isn't going to be that much louder. What doesn't make any sense is this Asus is also the same, almost the same fan speed. Both of these guys are like between 1550 and 1600 RPM. Yet somehow the XFX is like way louder. That doesn't make much sense to me. What I can tell you is the Quicksilver that I have is very quiet. And it has the exact same magnetic fans. So I don't know. I almost question these results because 1600 RPM. The other thing too is where's the second BIOS? Because this has dual BIOS. They're not showing the second BIOS, the quiet BIOS results. So 36 dBA is going to be audible, but it's not going to be like terribly loud. Basically, for you to start noticing the GPU, it has to get up to like 39, like upper 30s. Upper 30s is where you will be able to hear it. So, I don't know. Like, I don't understand this because, so, okay, what I'll tell you, I care more about RPM than I care about the actual noise number because this noise number doesn't really paint the full picture. If I know the RPM speed, although having said that, the size of the fan also affects the noise signature. But I don't know. I don't think the magnetic is not loud, guys. Guys, I have the magnetic, and the magnetic is not loud at all. So we are literally streaming on the PC with the XFX magnetic air. Just FYI. You know what I'm saying? And I can tell you the XFX is not loud at all. So I question Tech PowerUp's results. So in fact, where is... Right here. This is the GPU that we are literally streaming on right now. AMD Radeon RX 9070. This is the GPU. XFX. This is the magnetic air. There it is. Those are the specs. Here's all the stuff. So we are running at X8 speed because we are running 2 graphics cards in this computer. We have an Intel Arc B3 or A380 in the second X8 slot. So that's the reason why this is X8, because I can show you guys. We have Intel Arc A380 PCIe X8 4.0 at X8 speed. This is an X8 GPU. So we are running dual graphics cards in here. In fact, we actually have triple graphics processors in here because I also have my integrated Radeon graphics on the Ryzen CPU that we're using. So I could tell you the XFX is probably the best choice from my own personal experience. So despite what this is saying, as someone who literally has the Mercury magnetic, not the Mercury, but the magnetic air fans, they're not loud at all. So, and I know someone who has the 7900 XTX Mercury magnetic air edition, and his GPU is also very quiet. So to me, I don't know if I trust... I don't know what this even means, but what I will tell you guys, 36 dBA isn't even that loud. So, like I said earlier, it has to get up to like 38 for you to start noticing it. So, like, I'll tell you, a reference XTX, I have the reference XTX. The reference XTX is audible. I can hear that GPU. I can hear that GPU at full load. The reference AMD 7900 XTX, that's what this is. So that is audible. I can hear that. It's not, okay, you will hear it, but it is not disturbingly loud. It has to get above 40 dBA for it to be really loud. Like 3090 Ti Founders Edition is loud. That card is loud. I have that card. It's loud. The 5700 XT, this is a blower style classic reference cooler. This is very loud. So these cards down here are noisy. Oh, look, RTX 5090 Founders Edition is loud, 40 dBA. That is a noisy graphics card. So I don't think this Mercury magnetic air is a problem in terms of noise. So if you're concerned about the noise, I wouldn't be concerned about the noise if you get the Mercury magnetic air. Yeah, that's not loud. The RPM is really what will dictate the noise, to be honest. And that's why that 9060 XT Nitro was so impressive, because that thing was running at like 1100 RPM. So this isn't really that loud. But I personally, I think, like, okay, I'm just telling you my opinion. Like, if it was my money and if I was going to have to do the whole thing over again and buy a 9070 XT, and if I could choose any 9070 XT, this is my top choice. This is the one that I would get. The Mercury Magnetic Air. That is my number one choice. If it wasn't for Sapphire, going with that stupid 12-volt high-power connector, the Sapphire would probably be my top choice. But because they went and screwed themselves over with that dumb cable connector, XFX is the winner for this generation. The other reason why XFX is the winner, I'll tell you the other reason why. Another reason. This is going to be a superficial reason. The other reason is XFX has the Radeon logo light up. They have the light bar. If you get the one with the RGB. It's the only one that has the RGB. See? So you can program the lights on the side on that light bar. Now, one thing I don't like about the XFX, why they put this dumb angle, like they angled it in a stupid way. Like they try to make it look edgy and like, oh, they're doing like polygons or whatever. That is dumb. They should have just made it like a flat, typical like rectangle plastic shroud with the Radeon logo illuminated. Why they messed that up, that's on them. But the fact that they're the only one that has the Radeon logo lighting up is another reason why they're good. Yeah, I don't like the angled corners either. That's XFX. That was a dumb idea. I'll be honest. That was a dumb idea. But if you vertical mount it, it's not that bad. But, you know, whatever. Very few people do the vertical mount. But anyway, that's the other reason why. It's a superficial reason, but like I said, the ease of convenience of popping out the fans and blowing out the dust is really convenient, so that's a good thing. Yeah. This is probably the one that I would get. In fact, this was the one that I tried to get at launch, but the people in front of me, because remember, when I went to Micro Center on launch day, there was like 350 people there, and it sold out before I could get a chance to get one. Otherwise, I would have got this one. This is the one that you would have seen me unbox on the channel if I was able to get one at launch. But unfortunately, I had to go with my backup. My backup was going to be the Red Devil, but then I changed it while I could. I asked the sales guy, because I said Red Devil, and they gave me the Red Devil voucher. Then I looped around the line, and I was having constant regret of getting the Red Devil. So I was like, no, I don't want the Red Devil. So I told the sales guy as I snaked through the line back toward them. I quickly asked them, hey, can I swap my Red Devil voucher for the XFX Quicksilver Magnetic Air? And they agreed. So that's how I got my XFX Quicksilver Magnetic Air. XFX left their best. I agree, Marcelo, because XFX had the Radeon logo illuminate on their RDNA 2 cards. I don't know why. I guess NVIDIA doesn't allow their board partners to illuminate the GeForce logo, which I think is very stupid on NVIDIA. Otherwise, I think others like PNY would have illuminated the GeForce logo. But I don't think AMD locks down the Radeon logo. So, like, if someone wanted to put RGB on the Radeon logo, they could do it. XFX did it with this one. Last generation Sapphire did it on the Nitro XTX. And, you know, RDNA 2 XFX did it on the Radeon logo. So it's like, come on, people, illuminate the Radeon logo. And the GeForce people need to illuminate the GeForce logo. But NVIDIA doesn't allow them to. Because only the Founders Edition is allowed to have the GeForce logo light up. Because NVIDIA's petty like that. So, whatever. The average card costs over full run $2,457 for 9070 32 gigabyte. Huh? What are you talking about? So there's a 32 gigabyte 9070? What? Is that a professional card? Wait a minute, what? Oh, Pro WX, then you said. Okay. Oh, okay. That's like the RTX 6000 Pro. Okay, I see. Yeah. Okay. No, those are real cards, Mark. Those professional cards always come out later. They always come out like several quarters after the consumer commercial cards. So yeah, no, it exists. It'll be we know it'll be 32 gigabytes because all they're gonna do is double up the VRAM chip. So like instead of doing, they're just gonna use a higher density chip. See, like this. This is using this is what 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. They're just gonna double it up. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 28, 32. They're just going to use a higher density memory chip. Or what they'll do is they'll put memory chips on the back of the PCB for the professional card. That's what they'll do. I mean, NVIDIA does the same exact thing with their professional cards. That's why the Ada GPU from last generation, the professional one, was a 48 gigabyte graphics card because it was 48. It was 24 doubled to 48. 5080 24 is this the. Is that gonna be called the 5080 Ti or is that the 5080 Super? I really wish NVIDIA would stop doing the dumb Super name. I hate that stupid branding. Like, I want them to just do 5080 Ti. I hate the Super branding. I still refer to the 4080 Super that I have as the 4080 Ti. Like, when I'm talking about that off stream, I always refer to the 4080 Super as the 4080 Ti. Because it's the fully unlocked die for the Ada 203. So hence it's the 80 Ti. This dumb Super nonsense is dumb. This super duper nonsense. Because the super duper sounds goofy. That's just straight up dumb sounding. They're not gonna do that. They'll just make their already kind of messed up reputation even more messed up. But they don't really care, like whatever. Super duper super goober. What? It sounds so goofy. Anyway, the super branding is so dumb. Okay, what was the GK110 then? What was the original Titan? The original Titan wasn't a 102. It's not always like that. You're just going off of the last couple of generations. It changes a lot. So you can't always go by the name. You can't always go by the actual die itself. Because what was the 780 Ti? What was the 780 Ti? What was that one? I'll tell you that one didn't end in a 2. So anyway, that was like GK110 if I remember correctly. So as far as I'm concerned, the 4080 Super is a 4080 Ti. You can do the bottom up TSMC cost. But that takes more time. Well, why are we doing this exercise with the cost? I don't understand the point of doing it. But anyway, I just realized that the stream has gone on for 4 hours. I was not expecting it to be a 4-hour live stream. I thought we were going to do like maybe 3 hours. Anyway, we covered everything that I wanted to talk about this stream. So we talked about the Nintendo Switch 2. We did cover the 9060 XT. And then we did talk about some of the stuff from State of Play, which is kind of like the other thing. So yeah, this is a long one, guys. Haven't done one of these in a while. This is a good stopping point, though. Adrenaline 2561 release, giving support to 9060. Okay. Well, we won't be covering unless AMD or somebody wants to send me like a review sample. We won't be covering the 9060 XT like actually in person. Like I'm not gonna have any review sample or unit to test unless somebody wants to send me one. Like if one of the AIBs, I'm more than happy to send it back to the AIB guys. So if they want to send me one for review, we can definitely do that. We can do like overclocking guides or whatever, kind of like what we did with the 7800 XT a couple of years back when that card came out, and the 7600. So, but otherwise, we will be looking at we'll be looking at more like FSR4 stuff in the future. So it says Stellar Blade has FSR4. Okay, we may look at Stellar Blade. Isn't that game coming out next week on PC? I think it's next week, isn't it? So yeah, we may look at that game. So I don't know if I need to stream Neo 3 again, the demo, because we looked at it yesterday. We do need to do a Switch 2 live stream, though, this weekend. So we're going to stream some Switch 2 games, probably a little bit of Mario. I don't know, maybe we'll look at some of the games on the Switch 2. I'll just have to figure it out. I'm really waiting for my GameStop 1 terabyte memory express card thing, which hasn't shown up yet, which is kind of annoying. But yeah, because I need that to put those Switch 2 games on there. Otherwise, I have to keep on moving around. Because I transferred all of my Switch games to the Switch 2, and like I only have like 80 gigs of space left out of the 256. And I was looking at like I haven't even downloaded Tears of the Kingdom, and that's like a 28 gigabyte game. So that's roughly like 30 gigs, and I only have like 80 gigs left. So I download that, I'm down to like 50 gigs. So if I want to download like an actual Switch 2 game, like I'm gonna run out of space pretty quick. You know what I'm saying? So I desperately need GameStop to get me that SD memory express card thing, or what is it, micro SD express. I am in desperate need of that for the Switch 2 games to actually fit on the Switch or the Switch 2. You're saying the 5070 Ti average $935. Average cost is $574. Oh, wait, what was the 9070 XT, the regular one? You did the professional card. You never did the original card. I was curious to know like which one was more profitable for AMD and the AIBs and Nvidia and their AIBs. It's like you did the 9070 XT-WX card, but you didn't do the regular one. If you did, I didn't see the comment. I have to go back and find it. Anyway, that was a long stream. We're gonna have to end it here. That's gonna be it, guys. We will do a Switch 2 live stream this weekend, because if I don't do a Switch 2 live stream, we're gonna be streaming Elden Ring Night Rain again. Like, even though I've already finished the game, I've already beat like all the bosses, all the Night Lords, all 8 of them. I've already cleared all of them. So the only thing left for me to do in Elden Ring Night Rain is just farm more relics and I don't know, like help people clear Night Lords. And oh, I need to finish some the Remembrance quest lines. I've done Wilders and Duchess. Like those two are 100% complete. But the rest of the characters, all 6 remaining characters, I need to do the Remembrance quest lines. So that is something that we could do. I don't know if I need to live stream that though. So we're definitely going to look at the Switch 2. And then maybe Neo 3 again, if time permits. If not, forget about Neo 3. And it'll be Elden Ring, Night Rain, or maybe Monster Hunter Wilds until Death Stranding 2 comes out in a few weeks. Maybe we'll look at Stellar Blade somewhere in there. I don't know, but there'll only be like one live stream of that. But anyway, guys, those are kind of the plans for like the gaming focused live streams. If it wasn't for Neo 3 and if it wasn't for the Switch 2 right now, this would be an easy decision. It would just straight up be more Night Rain. It would just be more Elden Ring, Night Rain. Because Elden Ring, I was basically like hard addicted to Elden Ring, Night Rain until the Neo 3 demo came out yesterday. That literally broke the cycle. It basically like broke me out of my addiction to Elden Ring, Night Rain. And then the Switch 2 came out and then like further continued to break the cycle of me wanting to play Elden Ring, Night Rain. So, anyway. AMD is charging 160. NVIDIA... Wait, hold up. Where was the... Huh? Average cost is $574. Yeah, so basically, the NVIDIA is making more money than AMD. So every 5070 Ti that NVIDIA sells, they're making more money than AMD is making off of the 9070 XT. Yeah, that's typical NVIDIA. Okay, that all the more reason not to buy the 5070 Ti if you're someone who actually cares about the competition. Anyway, that's going to be it for the live stream for Tech Thursdays episode 112. If you're new to the channel, you like these long form discussions, these open discussions about like all things related to PC DIY and occasionally gaming. Like right now we're kind of in a lull for computer hardware, and it's going to be like that for the rest of the year. So it's really going to be mostly like gaming focused on this channel for the next couple of months. We'll see how the summer plays out, but that's basically where we're headed. But if you like this sort of discussion, you like gaming, you like building PCs, this is definitely the right spot to ask questions when we do the Tech Thursdays live stream. Feel free to ask away. And as always, guys, I'll see you guys next Thursday on Tech Thursdays. And if not, I will see you guys sometime this weekend, either tomorrow evening or Saturday evening, for a look at the Nintendo Switch 2 and how the games look on that versus how they looked originally on the Switch. But we're probably going to be looking at Switch 2 games. So thanks for tuning in, and I will see you guys then. Until then, take care, and goodbye for now. Thanks.